We are live from River Valley Room.
Good morning. I'd like to call the September 19th, 2023 Urban Planning Committee meeting to order. From time immemorial, diverse Indigenous nations have stewarded these lands, including the Nehuwak, Nehawinawak, Nakota Iska, Dene Sulina, and Nitsitsapi. Many more First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples have gathered, traded, and celebrated on this land. This place also forms part of the Métis homeland and is within Métis Nation of Alberta Region 4. The signing of Treaty 6 in 1886 and 87 created a foundation of good relations, welcoming peoples to this area from around the world. Today, Edmonton carries on this tradition of welcoming peoples from many nations as we continue to live into the spirit and intent of treaty. I'll do a quick roll call of committee members. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rutherford may be joining us in a moment. In the room, we also
She is online.
Oh, okay, that's great. Councillor. Hi, there we go.
Sorry, there's a lag because I have to unmute myself, so just so you're aware.
Oh,
Thanks.
no trouble. We'll give you that time. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. And do we have other colleagues joining us online?
Good morning, Councillor Jans.
Hi, Councillor Jans.
Good morning, Councillor Rice.
Good morning, Councillor Rice. Okay, well, we will get started. Councillor Tang, can I look to you for the adoption of the agenda with the amendment to make 7.1 last item?
Isn't that like... I'll move that the September 19th, 2023 Urban Planning Committee meeting agenda be adopted with the following change. Addition of number 10, motions pending, 10.1, license for e-scooters and e-bikes.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes for me.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Councillor Tang, for the approval of the minutes.
I move that we approve the minutes from August 29th and 30th Urban Planning Committee.
Thank you. Please vote. Oh, any errors or omissions? Seeing none, please vote.
I voted yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Any protocol items? Not aware of any. We'll move on now to selecting items for debate. If colleagues would like to sign up or give me a wave as we wait for that to open. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello. Can I please select 6.1?
Selected. Thank you. Councillor Tang.
I'll select 7.1 and 7.2.
Thank you. And I will select 7.3 on behalf of Councillor Wright. And that's the majority of our items, but we can vote now on our 5.1 and 5.2 if there are no questions or concerns on those. Okay, please vote on that.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Stevenson. This morning, Urban Planning Committee has passed the recommendations of the following reports without debate. Item 5.1, Affordable Housing Contributions Approach, and items 5.2, District Planning, 1.25 million and 2 million population milestones are now both due December 5th, 2023.
Thank you very much. We'll move now to request to speak.
I move that Urban Planning Committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate for item 6.1, open space amenities in developing neighborhoods. We already approved this previously on August 29, 2023 Urban Planning Committee meeting, but I'll just repeat them here again. Michaela Davis from UDI remote, Warren Ollis from UDI remote, Kaylin Anderson from UDI in person, and Renji Bath from United A Foundation in person. For item 7.1, standards for public realm infrastructure, Kaylin Anderson from UDI here in person, and Carrie Jenkins from UDI also here in person. And 7.2, options to address surface parking lots in Center City and the quarters. We have Kaylin Anderson from UDI here in person, Dong Lagarvey from 1246430 Alberta Limited here in person, Jacob Dewan remote, and Punita McBrien from Downtown Business Association remote.
Thank you. Please vote. Oh, Councillor Rutherford, did you have a question on that?
Sorry, just point of order. 6.1 isn't called Affordable Housing Contributions Approach. It's the park amenities. So I just want to make sure that it's still 6.1, but it's a different title. So just wanted to flag that.
Sure, I think that can be corrected in the records, but we're all aware of what we're voting on? Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks for flagging.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you very much. We have had a request for a specific time on the agenda. I'd like to propose that item 7.1 be third item of business. I think we can do that by unanimous consent, or should we take a vote on that?
It can be unanimous consent, but I just want to confirm, did you want it last item or?
I think we'll do third so that
Okay.
our speakers don't have to wait, as there are no speakers on 7.3.
Okay.
We'll do 7.1 before 7.3. Councillor Rutherford? Councillor Rutherford, you can just mute your handset after you've done *69. You can just mute your handset moving forward, which saves a bit of time, as I've had to learn myself on the road.
So pardon, I didn't hear that because I was unmuting, but oh, you can just message me. I was just going to say, I know that you want to do it third item, but Councillor Knack is going to struggle to attend that. The reason it's last item of the day is for the staggered time. Then we would be done the policy forum, and he could join that. So I think that was the intent, but I mean, it also depends on timing of committee anyway. So at the discretion, but I know that that's why last item was preferred.
Thanks for that, Councillor Rutherford. I've had a suggestion from Councillor Cartmel, which I think is a good one, is that we will hear from speakers on item 7.1 as third item, and then we can table that, move to 7.3, and then Councillor Knack can join for debate.
Okay, that sounds great. Thanks for filling me in. Appreciate it.
No, thanks for flagging.
Okay.
Great. Did we need a motion on that?
If there's unanimous consent, we can move forward with that.
Excellent. Let's do so. All right, we are teed up and ready to go on our first item 6.1. I'll ask administration to come up and provide a presentation.
Good morning. I am Kent Snyder, Branch Manager of Planning and Environment Services, and we are here today to provide information on open space amenities in developing neighborhoods in Edmonton. This will include an overview of how parks are currently funded and developed, and an evaluation of options for how the contribution from developers to this work could change. Joining me today are Haweda Hassan, Director of Urban Growth and Open Space, and we have a small delegation to support us as well during committee's question period. I'll now ask Haweda to continue on with the presentation.
This report addresses topics, next slide please. This report addresses topics related to park development in the developing area and how amenities such as playgrounds are initiated and funded. The city plan provides direction to enhance Edmonton's open space network to be inclusive, equitable, provide equitable access through planning and infrastructure improvements in consideration of the surrounding environment. As the city's population increases, we need to make effective use of its open space. Breathe, the city plan's network strategy, outlines the city's approach to managing, programming, and promoting the sustainable and efficient use of the city's parks and publicly accessible open spaces. Parks programming, through the provision of amenities, allows for opportunities to enhance the wellness, celebration, and ecological functions served by open spaces in our city. Roles and responsibilities for park management fulfilled by the city and other stakeholders, including developers, are outlined in city standards that are currently in the process of being reviewed and updated. Next slide. There are currently 3 ways parks are completed in the developing area. For the context of this report, a park's development is considered complete when the expected amenities for a given classification of park have been constructed. So for a pocket park, this may only entail turf establishment and tree planting, while a community park would include additional amenities such as playgrounds and gathering spaces. The first method is for developers to develop a park site at their own cost. This is optional and at the developer's discretion and requires city approval. This method typically results in parks being completed much sooner, often prior to a neighborhood being fully built out. Completed park amenities will typically be passed to the city for ongoing maintenance and renewal. From 2012 to 2022, the city operated a partnership program where the city provided funding to cost share the development of park sites with industry. While the program was active, a total of 21 shared parks were developed, with amenities including playgrounds, spray parks, community gardens, sledding hills, and off-leash dog parks. The second option is for the city to complete full development based on approved capital funding through the Community Park Amenity Program. Using this method often takes longer to complete parks due to available funding and prioritization. Under this option, the city would undertake development of predefined base park amenities, which may include features such as playgrounds and gathering spaces. The third method is for amenities to be added to the Community League licensed land through the community-led construction process. This process focuses on smaller, low-risk amenities that would operate under a maintenance agreement and would not include amenities such as playgrounds. The city of Edmonton currently has over 300 park sites that are undeveloped and unfunded, the majority of which are in the developing area and may be approved in statutory plan, but not yet fully assembled. These sites may benefit from revised minimum standards and in turn reduce overall cost to the city to support park development. Next slide. Administration completed a review of how other municipalities in Canada conduct park development, including Calgary, Red Deer, Mississauga, and Winnipeg. This jurisdictional scan revealed that Edmonton's current minimum requirement for park development by developers is significantly lower than those in all other municipalities included in that review. The city can set minimum park requirements, including grading, leveling, and seeding the land, adding trees and shrubs, trails and lighting, and site furniture as requirements at the time of subdivision under the authority of the Municipal Government Act. However, at this time, the city's minimum requirement from developers is to either leave a site undisturbed or complete rough grade, level, and turf establishment. The Municipal Government Act does not provide the city with the legal authority to compel developers to provide amenities such as playgrounds in addition to the minimum requirements. The city could require cash in lieu and use those funds for amenities such as playgrounds, or establish an offsite levy or garner funds for additional park amenities through the use of the city charter powers under the MGA. Next slide. 5 options were identified by administration that outline opportunities to increase developer contributions to establish open space amenities in developing areas. The options identified can be grouped into 2 categories: having the developers construct amenities, or the city constructs the amenities using developer funds. The final option, status quo, makes no changes. Options 1 and 2 continue to rely on the development industry to fund and install enhanced amenities at their discretion, with option 2 adding incentives from the city to encourage amenity development. Both these options require revised minimum requirements to be contributed to by the developers and can somewhat alleviate the inequity of amenities in the developing area. However, these options do not provide solutions for amenity development in areas where developers have no desire to construct additional amenities. Options 3 and 4 are methods for the city to collect funds from the development industry that would then be used by the city to construct amenities. Both options would provide the city with greater control over the distribution of amenities throughout the developing area. Each method has its drawbacks, including the risk that funds collected may not be sufficient to complete the development and an overall loss of available open space through the cash and lieu option. Again, option 5 makes no changes and would do nothing to limit the inequitable distribution of amenities in the developing area. Next slide. Targeted stakeholder engagement with members of the land development industry, including developers, consultants, and contractors, was completed between April and June of this year. Administration presented preliminary options, which were then refined based on industry feedback that we received, and a final survey was conducted to rank the refined options. Industry indicated that an equal preference for option 5, the status quo option, and option 2, cost sharing with a revised minimum requirement, and option 3, offsite levies with a revised minimum requirement, and option 4, cash and lieu with revised minimum requirement, received very little support. Next slide. Although the city cannot compel developers to directly contribute amenities such as playgrounds, a revised minimum park development requirement would provide a higher quality of park earlier in the neighborhood's life cycle. This increased work by industry would decrease the work required by the city to complete these sites to make them into usable spaces for Edmontonians. Over the next 2 years, as part of the implementation of BREATHE, administration will develop revised standards for park development to be completed in consultation with industry. Administration will continue to support developer-initiated park amenities in developing areas. As part of a broader scope of work, administration will consider the benefits and challenges of cumulative costs of increased industry contribution requirements, balanced with the broader benefit of equity distributing high-quality open space amenities for all Edmonton taxpayers. Next slide. Thank you, and we're pleased to take any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'll ask you to step back and we will bring our speakers forward. Just want to confirm, Michaela Davis, you're remote?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, welcome. Warren Olis, also remote?
Good morning. Yes, I'm here.
Good morning. Ms. Anderson, you're welcome to come up. And Ranjit Bath, are you joining us online or in person this morning? I'm not hearing from that speaker, but we'll circle around when we get to them. So Ms. Davis, over to you, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, members of Urban Planning Committee and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning regarding the Council report on open space amenities in developing neighborhoods. My name is Michaela Davis, and I'm a regional manager at Melcor Developments. I'm also the chair of the Urban Development Institute, Edmonton Metro's Developing and Redeveloping Committee. Investment in communities by prioritizing municipal investments needed to support complete communities, such as urban parks and associated open space amenities, is crucial for a municipality and its residents. It's also very important that these amenities are available on an equitable basis. While the Edmonton Metro real estate development industry is generally supportive of the creation of parks and open spaces that are equitably built throughout the city, and have demonstrated this by proactively providing high quality amenities beyond the minimum park development requirements throughout numerous developing neighborhoods, it is also vital that any exploration of increased developer contributions be viewed through the larger lens of the cumulative financial impacts of ever-increasing policies, regulations, and processes. The market reality is that increased costs to the development and home building process ultimately have a downstream impact on the purchase price of a home. At a time when Canada is facing a housing crisis, the City of Edmonton remains a major Canadian city with a relative advantage in housing affordability. However, this advantage may be very quickly lost with increased financial costs via numerous changes to policies, regulations, and processes. Individually, well-meaning proposals, such as exploring additional opportunities for developer contributions to open space amenities, do have merit and are a worthy topic of public policy discussions. However, when broadening the scope and considered cumulatively amongst numerous other requirements, the ultimate result is likely to be an increase to the cost of a home at a time when housing affordability remains an extremely topical and crucial issue for many. In other words, well-intentioned changes to policies, regulations, and processes act almost as a death by 1,000 cuts, financially speaking, and create a slippery slope that ultimately leads to the erosion of Edmonton's affordability advantage. This is something that we, as an industry, are asking you to keep in mind as you think through this issue and many more before you over the coming months. Moving forward, the real estate development industry is eager to work with administration as city building partners on not only the revision of the design and construction standards for park development specifically, but also on other policies, regulations, and processes that may impact housing affordability for Edmontonians. It's imperative to find a balance between ensuring that the residents of Edmonton have the amenities and services required, while also keeping ever-increasing costs of housing top of mind. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you very much. We'll go now to Warren Ollis.
Hi, good morning, members of the Urban Planning Committee and City Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you regarding item 6.1, open space amenities and developing neighborhoods. Creation of urban parks, my name is Warren Ollis and I'm a Senior Development Manager with Brookfield Residential and Chair of the Urban Development Institute, Edmonton Metro's Parks Working Group. The creation of urban parks and associated open space amenities are crucial to the establishment of complete communities that all Edmontonians may enjoy. As your city building partners, the real estate development industry is understanding of the desire to build parks and open spaces that are equitable throughout the city of Edmonton. In fact, while provisions of open space amenities in developing areas is not a requirement, several development companies currently exceed the minimum park development requirements when developing new neighborhoods to ensure the high quality amenities are provided for future residents. However, with regards to this topic, I'd like to briefly stress some key points. It is our industry's opinion that prior to exploring opportunities for additional developer contributions to establish open space amenities, the city should examine whether there appears to be a structural barrier to providing the public amenities it is currently responsible for and find solutions to that first. Urban parks are a core mandate of a municipality and should be properly funded through the tax base. If the city were to explore options for developer contributions stated within the council report, our industry remains strongly opposed to options that require providing funding upfront, whether via levies or cash in lieu, as stated during the stakeholder engagement and captured within administration's What We Heard report. This is largely due to the ambiguity regarding fiscal management and the timeframe for amenity construction. While there may be industry support for potential cost sharing and revision to the base level requirements approach, it is crucial to note that any potential increase to developer contributions for open space amenities that are above the status quo must consider the long-term maintenance aspect. The city must ensure that it has the funds to properly operate and maintain all park space amenities once the assets are handed over from industry. Requesting additional amenities does not serve Edmontonians well if the funds are not available to properly maintain them from an operational perspective on a long-term basis. It should be noted that in the past, our members have actually been prevented by city administration providing developer-funded and increased park amenities due to the city's inability to fulfill required long-term maintenance requirements. If the revisions to the base level requirements are increased, the city needs to ensure that it has the resources to ensure that these spaces are well kept. Moving forward, our industry looks forward to constructive engagement with city administration on revised minimum park development requirements through the implementation of BREATHE to ensure the most efficient delivery of assets for all Edmontonians while being cognizant of not creating infrastructure that is not too burdensome to operate and maintain over the long term. Thank you very much for your time today, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much for your comments. Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I registered for questions only on this item.
Oh, thank you so much. Then for our last speaker, I'll call again for Ranjit Bath. Are you here in person or joining us online?
I know the clerk was trying to connect with him to join remote.
Our team has called and emailed with no response yet.
Okay, thank you for that update. I think then we will go to questions of our speakers, if my colleagues would like to click on. Councillor Cartmel.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the presentation, first of all, and thank you for your comments today. Maybe just quickly to, I guess, either to, well, to any of the UDI representatives, do we have a sense of the costs involved here, order of magnitude or as a percentage, or, you know, is this like, would going to this level of development in the open spaces in a typical subdivision, what would that increase the investment by the industry? Do we have a sense of that? Anyone?
Maybe I can help triage. Warren, can you pipe in on this one, please?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Cartmel. It's really tough to say what the full financial cost impact would be. It really varies depending on what the increased amenities would be, what the city exactly would be looking for, whether it's playgrounds or soccer fields, or if this is just trails and waste bins and benches. So it's tough to put a number to it.
Yeah. So I'm thinking back to a letter that I think all of us received from UDI that talked about the list of motions that is coming down the road at us, and how each one of these, I think the comment was made, death by a thousand cuts, each one of these might contribute to the cost of development, which ultimately increases the cost of the homes in the development. I wonder if there's you know, a standard neighborhood or some sort of exemplar that could be created that begins to explore, you know, where we're at and what the costs would be, and then where we go from there, and what effect that has on an individual home, a single family home, a townhome, etc. Is that maybe something that we could look at from an industry perspective?
Sorry, I'm in person, so I guess I'm always making eye contact. Yes, I think we should definitely do that work. Apologies for the voice. I think the smoke is getting to me.
Yeah, smoke, yeah, no kidding. Because we did have a report that was, you know, this report might be 4 or 5 years old, that talked about sort of the 3 remaining big developments in Edmonton and what the costs were going to be. And so I think it's worth exploring some sort of exemplar there. So I think that'd be great if you can offer that, and maybe use that as sort of the example that when we continue to have these conversations, we can go back to that working example, and might be just, you know, some sort of generic neighborhood, but we could talk about that. Because the question I have is, we have these open spaces around them, but the thing I get the most complaints about in the early stages of a neighborhood development is crosswalks. And it's getting to that. I mean, often the first thing that's built besides the homes is a little bit of commercial, and then the school. But getting to the school can be a real chore. And I've got, off the top of my head, a dozen locations where we need crosswalks, but they're in the neighborhoods where there's just a few homes. There's not a lot of activity, which means those long curving roads are drag strips. And so the people that are there, the first people in, really struggle to cross those roads. And I can't get any pickup from administration on that. So is that maybe something else we could look at as part of if we're going to talk about what amenities we're going to build or what we should or shouldn't do from cost, is crosswalks something that we can add to the list?
Yeah, I think this actually flows really nicely into the next topic of conversation about the public realm infrastructure.
Standards, yeah. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Mayor Sohi? She's not on committee. I mean, we love her, but...
Okay, just want to follow up on that number of motions that are in the queue, and they do relate to the development industry, and understand the cumulative impact of them, right? Do you think a table exists for you at this time to have conversation with the administration around okay, what are the things that are doable, what are not doable? Like just having understanding that, you think that conversation is happening, or that conversation needs to happen at a different table? Because I am concerned about that. I think we need to kind of rationalize in a way that, okay, what is appropriate, what is not appropriate, and what is the highest priority among those, let's say, 10 things we want UDI to, do more on.
Yeah, thank you very much, Your Worship. Our purpose in writing council that letter was to just, first of all, illuminate the issue. Because we do understand that every single motion comes from a good place, but when you add 20 of them together, something unintended could happen. So right now, the best thing that we could do is to Councillor Cartmell's point, probably start to actually inventory what the potential costs could be, what the impact of that could be, and then we also wanted to caution council through all of its various committees that each time a motion is put forward where the answer is raise development charges, that all adds up. So I think we haven't actually started a formal conversation with administration on this. In all fairness, we sent it in the middle of summer, but I think it's a good project for the fall.
Okay, got it. I think we need to have that conversation. Through that conversation, we can say, well, what is, if parks shared cost or better standards in parks, if that is prioritized, maybe that's what we need to focus on, because we do have a huge deficit in that area. So would UDI be supportive of, looking at the minimum standards and see those need to be raised?
Maybe I'll ask either Michaela or Warren to take a crack at this one.
Yeah, I can comment on that. Maybe Warren has something to add as well. I think we absolutely would like to be part of that discussion, and we're definitely not opposed to increasing the minimum standard. We'd really like to see enhanced amenities in our neighborhoods. We'd like to ensure that any decision that's made or any options that are offered are sort of considered through the lens of affordability as well, and just an overall understanding that changes to the standard do impact our ability to bring on housing and the cost of that housing.
Yep.
And also just ensuring that the enhanced amenities that we are bringing on can be maintained at the end of the day. That's a big one as well. So ensuring that the level of standards that's being provided by the developers is one that can be maintained longer.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that, because one thing that I am noticing is that because in certain areas developers do more than in other areas, and it's creating inequity in access to green spaces. And we are seeing that in some of the existing neighborhoods as well, because that's how, I don't know what the root causes for that, but we're seeing that, we're hearing from that certain areas where, housing, maybe homeowners were buying, they're able to pay a little bit more in other areas, right, for their enhanced amenities. And that is concerned, because as a city, we need to make sure equity is applied, right? So, I think it was Warren, I think, that said no levy or cash contributions, and that causes pressures on housing prices. But Calgary, I understand, has better standards than us, but also developers are required to build around those standards for green spaces and parks. Am I right in my understanding?
You are, Your Worship. Sorry, go ahead, Warren. Great.
No, yeah, sorry. No, I think I can't speak specifically to Calgary standards and all that. Again, what we're just stressing is we want to ensure that these increased amenities can be maintained. I don't think industry is afraid to revise minimums. I think many developers are already doing that, not all. But it's that long-term ongoing operational maintenance and operational costs that we want to ensure there's a good foundation to support these in the long term.
Okay, I'll probably come back, I think, out of time,
Sure.
almost.
Thank you for self-regulating, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. I guess to UDI, same thing. I had this conversation with you about that letter, and we have an ongoing discussion about some of those things, I felt like it was important to try to, in full transparency, find a middle ground, because I don't also want status quo on this one, knowing the inequities that exist. So in full transparency, I am contemplating option 1 to put that motion on the table. However, that means that it's going to allow for further conversation, further exploration, and a further report back. So no decision necessarily made at this point. I just wanted to, I guess, get from industry thoughts on that intention from my end.
Michaela, would you like to take this one?
Yes, thanks. Absolutely, Councillor Rutherford. I think that we are, to Warren's point, I don't think we're concerned about exploring increasing minimum standards, and we're here at the table to further this discussion. So we would be supportive, I think. I don't know, Kaylin, if you have anything to add on that one.
Yeah, I think working through the process with administration is important. Again, City Council and representing constituents and supporting business can make any number of decisions. We just encourage you to make trade-offs. So if parks are really important, just keep that in mind the next time the next ask comes forward.
Yeah, and I think for me, my intention is to keep this conversation going. We've definitely flagged the cumulative impacts conversation. So I want to make sure that this is included as we discuss prioritization. So that's also why option 1, I'm feeling, and I'd be curious if you feel, is a good compromise. It's a good middle ground in terms of continuing the conversation, yet not going too extreme with something that could impact unintentionally housing affordability.
Yes,
Thoughts?
I think we'd be happy to work through the standards. We're often working through standards with administration on various topics, and this would be another example of that.
Okay, thank you for being here. Those are all my questions. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, great, thank you. I think my colleagues have kind of asked the questions around that first option. Wondering, Warren, if you can kind of elaborate a bit more on that second piece around cost share. Appreciate, you flagged that it's really important for the city to think about, operating and maintenance afterwards. And, it's been a few weeks since that last discussion about substantial completion where we did talk a lot about that. So for me, funding is kind of top of mind as part of this conversation. But in any case, just, you talk about option 3, 4, and 1. Wonder if you can just elaborate a bit more on that second one.
Yeah, sure. So the cost share option, we did have as administration said, the shared parks agreement before. And I think industry thought it was a great program in principle. It was a little clunky and there was some review done and some feedback given. I think it was going through some changes to kind of make that better. But what it does is allows each developer to contribute more or work with the city to get amenities in there and better amenities in there quicker. I know Brookfield, we've used it on a few occasions. In some instances, we paid the full capital cost up front, and the benefit was that we got to hand it over from a maintenance perspective right away. So it's very advantageous for us. In other ones, we've actually just cut a check to the city and said, you guys go ahead and do the development yourself. And in other instances, there's the city contributing partially to the capital. So it gives a lot of flexibility to developers and to really work with the city to give what's right for the community, potentially earlier than anything else. Yeah.
Yep, no, thank you. And then Kaylin, I'm just wondering you haven't had this conversation yet in the fall, but that's the project for the fall. A few other reports obviously already came up already, and I know there's some other public realm amenities, and we're going to talk about that. This cost piece around operating and maintenance really is a nice flow over from the other conversation we had a few weeks back. And so when you do have that discussion with administration, I presume that you will be kind of looking at this as a bit of a package conversation.
Well, Councillor, it's not exactly one conversation with administration. These are all motions of City Council. Mm-hmm. So, and they all come from different locations, like different imperatives from your constituents, what you've seen. And then for a wide variety of parts of administration, we'd be tasked with answering the very specific question. So I don't think that we actually have a good way of talking about the fulsome situation. You know, even if we had 30 different conversations with parts of administration, I still don't think we'd get that whole picture. So I'm not here to give you an answer book, but I'm here to say, like, this is an issue and we don't have a way of dealing with that cumulative impact. And if we're just kind of coming to committee every 2 weeks to talk about increasing costs based on X, Y, or Z, we're never going to get anywhere. So I don't think it's that admin isn't working with us or that we're not understanding where council's going. I just think we need something. We're missing something to have a better conversation together between the public and private sector to build Edmonton.
Yeah, and you've, and I think previously you had, floated the idea around kind of a wholesome conversation around maybe not specific policy or motion, but just housing affordability overall as a holistic conversation in a public, forum. Could that be sort of one avenue of addressing some of the concerns that's been generated?
Yeah, I think we're collectively, all of us, missing information. So we're all kind of speaking a little bit in the dark. It would be great if we started from the position of the city plan target, around 35% of household income being spent on the combination of transportation and housing, right, and using that as the baseline. I think it'd be great if we sort of went through an exercise to sort of add up all of these costs, and then what feedback I've heard from other councillors in separate conversations has been, what are the savings that have been realized? So I think they're all fair ball, but until we're all literally speaking about the same thing, we're just kind of sending up a bit of a warning flag, like we need to talk about it. But I think it's something that, if council's willing or committee's interested, it would be such a great opportunity to take this on in the fall and in the winter and say, where are we now? What do we know? What information are we missing? Yeah. Maybe I'll take one last second to just say the cautionary tale from Calgary is cautionary. My counterpart at Build Calgary has told me that for years they didn't get on top of this, and now the price of their housing, it's not the only reason, but it's a contributing factor to the point of their housing being about $200,000 more expensive than we are in Edmonton.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. And actually, just picking up from that, I agree it's really important that we have a clear picture. And for me, that clear picture also includes looking at the steps the city has taken to reduce the cost of development. So having the fastest permitting time in the country, streamlining our regulatory processes. So I just want to get your thoughts about including that in the conversation as well.
Totally agree.
Excellent.
Yeah. The more we can win nationally, by the way, the happier I am.
Agreed. Well, yeah, I mean, I think that, maybe I just wanted to go to Ms. Davis. So, I really appreciate your conversation about housing affordability. And again, that's a huge advantage that we want to keep in Edmonton. I think that I'm really struck by some of the costs of keeping that housing affordability where it is, looking at the $380 million deficit in parks development that we have. So just wondering how you think the city should sort of balance the potential impacts to market housing affordability with broader affordability for Edmontonians.
I think it's an ongoing discussion and one that we're very much happy to be a part of. And I think the key word you just said was balance. So we really need to look at the balance of what do our communities need and what can be provided affordably or economically, sustainably, what works for the communities, what the communities need. Mayor Sohi commented on equity. That's another part of it. So we're happy to provide enhanced amenities. We'd love to be there early. We love having amenities in our communities, but always looking at balance, timing. That's a real contributor when we talk about bringing housing to the market affordably. Timing is a big part of that, right? And so if we are maintaining or providing amenities that require a really, really long time to be turned over, that's a timing component as well. So I think collaboratively looking at what our communities need, what can be provided up front by developers, and not overbuilding. I think that is a really important part. We'd love to be part of the conversation, and I think balance is the key.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate that. And I think, for me, I was trying to put some of this into scale as well, and just wanted to confirm some of my math. So, so I'm thinking of like $1 million investment, which I would assume is, a fairly substantial park. And if that was, for a catchment of 500 new homes, let's say, my math is that would be about $2,000 on a mortgage. So again, recognizing that there is death by 1,000 cuts, I just wanted to confirm that that's sort of the scale that we're looking at. So I'm not sure if my assumption around sort of $1 million park for 500 homes is the right ratio, but wondering if you have some guideposts there.
I don't have any guideposts right in front of me right now. I know that's something that we are continually working, UDI is working on, providing those numbers and providing that oversight. I think your math sounds about right. I think that my comment on death by 1,000 cuts, that $2,000 is just one of many cost increases that we are discussing at this time. So
absolutely.
Yes, $2,000 is actually quite a significant component to a house, and if it's one of many, it is very significant.
Okay, well that's helpful, and good context moving forward. I think maybe just to Mr. Ollis, I think a lot of the comments that you're making, I think, are very strong arguments for the importance of a substantial completion standard, just in terms of ensuring that we don't take on additional new inventory that we can't adequately maintain. Just wanted to get your thoughts on that in terms of your advice for the city, ensuring that we can provide that long-term maintenance.
Advice, I don't think I should necessarily be given advice, council.
Thoughts.
At the end of the day, the city is growing. We're going to grow to 2 million people, and the core services that are going to be needed to provide for those people also need to grow in tandem. I think I heard at the last committee when we were talking about the expansion in the south and the annex lands and all that type of stuff has funding kept up with the core with growth for core services, and it sounds like it hasn't.
Yeah.
Kind of things.
Great, thank you. I'm gonna self-regulate. That's the end of my time, but appreciate the comments. And I'll go now to Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Actually, staying with you, Mr. Ollis, you did mention the ongoing maintenance cost and whatnot, and I guess, do those sort of amenities, we've had discussions before on neighborhood entrance signs. Would you consider that to be an amenity in a neighborhood?
I would consider it an amenity. Some neighborhoods have them, some don't. I know we've done some that were less than what homeowners expected. So I do see that it is perceived as an amenity, and how it's been treated and changed in the past has changed quite often. Currently now, if you want to do them, you need to sign up for a perpetual maintenance agreement, which is you essentially need to sign it up with the homeowners association, kind of thing. So,
but if there's not a homeowners association, then it's left for the city to maintain.
A lot of, I can't speak for everybody in every development, but because we generally have HOAs in all of our communities. But from what I've been told is if you don't have one, then if the developer is not willing to sign up for it, then you can't do that entry feature. So it doesn't necessarily fall to the city. That administration is just saying, okay, then you can't do it because we're not going to take it over.
Okay. Yeah, I can speak for all the ones that are dilapidated and deteriorating in neighborhoods that were built in the past 20 or 30 years. But and I'm just wondering, so I mean, that cost you pass on to the homeowner as well. And I'm wondering, has there been any consultation with purchasers as to what they would see as more benefit if you could take that $150,000 for a neighborhood entrance sign and use that to buy, 30 or 40 benches to put around the parks in the development?
I would say that opinion's going to change almost with every single neighborhood and every single resident. You do get different pockets of communities that have different values and different needs and want different amenities. So it seems that entry features are kind of a minimum standard now. People almost expect them as an amenity, and I feel the sense that they wouldn't want to trade that off from necessarily a couple extra benches or something like that. It is perceived as a something core to their community. It represents their community.
It's too bad that Mr. Bath wasn't able to make it. He was going to bring in representation from the community of seniors that would much rather have benches to gather and get together in than a neighborhood entrance signs. But anyhow, but these are some of the things I think that need that discussion, and not just with the development community, but also with the community. But don't these amenities and features also help to sort of improve the attractiveness of the development and promote sales? So, is that kind of the trade-off too? Is that you put in these features and, hopefully you'll get more people buying in your area?
Certainly, and I'll let Michaela tag on if she wants after. Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're marketing our communities. We want to differentiate the more value that we bring to the community, whether it's amenities, entry features, and all that stuff. And there you should perceive it as higher value and command either better sales or higher prices in it.
Okay. And Ms. Davis, did you want to comment on that?
I support what Warren said. I think as a development manager, I'm always keen to have our amenities invested and developed early on in the neighborhood timeline. And one could say it's for marketing purposes, sure. It's just makes it a great place to live. So having those amenities there up front is definitely a benefit. But again, we're looking at balance and also just feasibility as well. Sometimes parks aren't available to be developed in the early phases, so timeline on feasibility is also important.
Okay, thank you very much. My remainder of questions are for admin. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, I think we had this discussion at the committee when we were talking about substantial completion. This is where I'm really struggling, Kellen, and and I think the motion I made probably lead to some conversation. And I absolutely understand and agree what Warren is saying. First of all, the core services that are required in any neighborhood, we don't have a plan in place how we fund those core services when we actually give approval to that neighborhood. Right? Because we don't know where the money is going to come from transit, where the money is going to come for parks, where the money is going to come for recreation centers, right? And so I think that conversation is so important, and also the maintenance of that, right? I think that's where I'm really struggling. So look forward to that conversation. When I come back to absolutely, I agree with you on there's different motions and different expectations from council members and their constituents, what should be added by developers, right? And there's no mechanism to bring that in a one big forum, because our government is transparent and it is only through committee meetings that we make those decisions, right? So there's a struggle. All those motions cannot be brought together. I wish they were. Maybe we'll check with city clerk. Is there a way to bring all of them together at once? Then we can have a conversation, open dialogue, then set some direction expectations. I don't know if that's possible. And any thoughts on that? Well, if that is possible, how would you like that?
Yeah, I think that it probably would be possible to at least report on it in one collective way. Mm-hmm. The other thing I would say is that a lot of the motions around increasing costs on development are also going to impact and increase your operating and maintenance costs.
Yes. Yeah.
So while it might seem tempting to want to improve every facet of every neighborhood, that's going to make your tax problem more tricky. So I think there's also a bigger opportunity to look at the standards that we have in place, not just from what can we add, but are we doing things that we even need to do anymore? Are they the right approaches?
Yeah. So having that holistic conversation and also understanding the long-term impact of the decisions, both on the industry, housing prices, but also on the tax levy, like what is it, how much you actually require. If you build it today, then you got to maintain it for the life of that infrastructure.
Yeah, and it might seem a bit silly that we wrote a letter saying all these motions are coming separately, but this might actually need a motion to pull it together, which is a bit ironic, but I think we might be at that stage.
Yeah, this is I'm thinking more and more that this is the outdated kind of way of, But then we are governed by Municipal Government Act, right? So there's very limited things for us to, the way we can organize it, right? So yeah, okay. Last question. So city plan says that housing cost and transportation cost should be around 30% of household income, right?
35.
35% of household income. You may not have this information, but I would be interested. What of both of those? What are the driving costs? Like, is it transportation costs rising?
Yep. No, I do have that.
Okay.
So when and this is based on when the city plan was approved.
Yeah.
At that time, we were at 36%.
Mm-hmm.
And Hoyda Hassan back here can actually give you also the most up-to-date information, I'm sure. But at that time, it was about 5% for transportation and about 30 to 31 for housing.
Okay, good. Thank you. I'm going to explore more on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'm not seeing any other questions of our speakers, so want to again thank you all for joining us today, and we'll see a few of you on later items as well. If administration would like to come back, I'm going to turn the first opportunity over to Councillor Rutherford, who is also the fastest on the board. Councillor Rutherford, we'll just take a moment as we get our delegation seated, and I'll let you know when we're ready to go. Excellent. Please go ahead, Councillor Rutherford.
Hi, yes, thank you so much. Just confirming you can hear me.
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay, just to confirm to administration, I know I talked about the potential for a motion on number one, and there's a few reasons for that. When you look at the next steps in the report, it does mention that administration will develop revised standards. I am concerned a bit about the 2-year time horizon on that. That seems pretty far off. Can you speak to that? And is there any way to accelerate that?
Yes, Councillor. The plan is actually to begin that work next year, and so looking to engage with industry all through next year and potentially having something actually ready in 2025. So it would be more less than 2 years, I would say, more around the year to year and a half.
Okay. So this kind of seems like a little bit of like, I guess it's confusing the way it's written in the report. You have all these options and there's status quo. So you would also need direction just to save a status quo. Or like, because this is what it sounds like, if we accept for information, we're accepting status quo.
No, in our next steps, we indicate that we're actually going to go forward with revising the minimum standard and working with industry to do that. So we're not suggesting the status quo, we're actually suggesting option one.
Okay. Is there any report that comes back to committee on that? Because in the next steps, it doesn't sound like there's another conversation coming back to committee on this specific topic of the minimum standards.
Yeah, so administration would actually carry forward with the work as planned, as noted in the next steps, but we do plan to bring forward updates on our work through BREATHE implementation, which is related, and so we could bring forward an update as part of that work.
Okay. And then the other question I had, I can't see my time, I apologize. I'm trying to flip between a bazillion things here. In the report on page 3, it mentions that, you know, there was a program underwent review in 2022 and that there was already 12 recommendations that were identified to improve program operations, but that this program didn't meet the threshold of the capital budget, which were legislative required, high safety impact or high priority projects, and therefore wasn't included as a growth project consideration for the 2023 to 2026 capital budgets. Sort of 2 questions come out of that for me. One, do we already have the answers? Have we already done this work? Like, what don't those recommendations provide us that insight? And 2, I know that in the next steps, you talk about that you're bringing forward that unfunded capital profile. I think it's for 5.5 million, but that's really gross and new park development. But I guess my question is, do we need to have another unfunded profile for this program implementation so that we can debate both of those growth profiles at the same time at budget to figure out which one is going to get us closer to where we need to be. Sorry, that was a lot of stuff. I'm just trying to be mindful of my time.
No, I think I got it. So I think that with the shared park program, that you're right, that was the program that was in place for 10 years. We did a complete review of that with industry, identified a number of potential improvements. It just wasn't advanced as part of the priority-based budgeting process, so it wasn't funded to carry forward with a cost share program as we previously had. So that would have been, I believe, option 2 in the report, which would have been a cost share approach with industry. On your second question on the capital profile, we do have Suzanne who can maybe answer some of that, but that we do have an unfunded package that we will bring forward as part of the supplemental budget discussion. Suzanne, are you able to support on that?
Yeah, and again, I'm aware of the unfunded package, but it doesn't cover this program. It's specifically for park growth. So I want to make sure if we're getting to budget that we're debating the right thing. So I don't want to debate it here today, but I'm trying to figure out if we need both of those profiles to debate.
You're right. Those
budget.
are, yeah, those would be 2 different profiles. That's true.
Okay, so if I'm hearing correctly, in order to have that debate at budget, if we're contemplating either of those growth profiles, it would be better to have both on the table.
That's correct. They are 2 different.
Okay.
2 different
Okay.
profiles.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, so I go back to 2008, 2009 discussion on the neighborhood renewal gaps. We had huge amount of neighborhoods that would have never seen any repairs, upgrades for hundreds of years, right? But we had a very good conversation. We hired out outside consultant and we came up with a plan that led to a plan that now we're catching up on those repairs. I think we're 20 or 25 neighborhoods. And we have a huge deficit in the park amenities in existing neighborhoods and developing neighborhoods. I think $5 million here and $5 million there is not going to make, not going to go in far enough to close that gap. So what I'm thinking aloud, not saying the dedicated tax levy, but we need to have a plan in place that close to 250 unfunded park amenities that we have. Shouldn't we have a plan in place how we're going to catch up with this deficit over the next 5 years, 10 years? And I also have a prioritization area, like where are we going to go first, right? I'm just thinking, are we having that kind of conversation among administration? Like, what is our long-term strategy?
So this term, Mayor, at this time, what we're looking at is through the BREATHE implementation, identifying what are those amenities that are needed by different park type before we can say that we have an exact deficit of each type of amenity by park type. And so I feel like we need to do the work of actually figuring out what are those gaps that we have in our existing open space network, and then be able to maybe discuss how do we then, the next step being then how do we fill that gap.
So what is required? What is required from this committee or council for you to go have that comprehensive conversation and come up with a long-term plan? Because some of the inequities that I'm talking about are not developers' responsibility or not caused by developers doing more in one area, doing less in another area. Maybe that is caused a little bit in the newer areas, but when I look at the deficit in park amenities in some of the existing neighborhoods, and those existing neighborhoods are also vulnerable in many other ways, right? I think that's where I'm trying to get at, having a kind of comprehensive plan in place and have a strategy in place that allow us to catch up over time. Like, so what do you need from us?
From committee, administration believes we do have a number of large pieces of work that help advance to get to the answer that you're looking for.
Okay.
In terms of BREATHE, we heard about the standards review. Are we building the infrastructure to the right level? And perhaps we need to downscale or upscale in certain areas, level of service. Once that work is done, I think perhaps council committee at that point could instruct through motion Now, what do we do with all this information, and how do we close that gap? But right now, asking to close that gap when we're still in flux in terms of standards, what is the requirements in the neighborhoods? That work is, the base work is still ongoing.
So what are the timelines to complete that work?
So that is the work that we're just beginning to undertake right now through the BREATHE implementation to identify those standards and provisions at different park levels. And so that work should happen over the next 2 years. And so we would have the ideas then by the end of that process to be able to put forward and have captured a list of priorities to advance for the next capital budget.
Okay. In the meantime, we will continue to take this piecemeal approach of, finding $5 million here, finding another $5 million here, then directing you where that money goes without understanding whether that money should go there or whether that money should go where the needs are the greatest.
I think first and foremost, what the team is indicating as action in terms of advancing option 1 to update the standards will help with many of the lots.
I agree with that. I'm more looking at to the existing areas that there's a huge amount of gap as well.
Right, and so how are we taking an approach to prioritize that so budget decisions could be made is what you're reflecting.
Yeah. Okay. I'll stop here.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you so much. So for that BREATHE implementation, when is, do you have a timeline for that?
So we're just initiating that now, and we expect it'll take up to 2 years to complete.
Like we won't have a status update for 2 years?
Oh, sorry, no, we can provide status updates on an interim basis, yeah. So our key milestones, for sure, we can do that.
And can you just remind me, for the implementation of BREATHE, is there a funding envelope attached to that?
Yeah, that was funded in the last operating budget. Council did fund that.
Right. Can you just remind me how much? You can.
Yeah, it's around 1 million.
For BREATHE?
Yes.
To address a lot of the green space and park issues.
It's BREATHE standards implementation and also open space assessment so that our green network strategy merges with city plan.
Right.
Yeah. So not actual park development, it's
operating or
budget.
Maintenance.
Yeah.
Right. And so at some point, that, like, I can see that being a fairly large funding conversation when we get to that stage. Right now might be a little bit premature because we don't really know what those standards would be and that kind of stuff, right?
Absolutely, Councillor, and we concur with what you heard from speakers as well then bringing that to the table in terms of cumulative impact and city deciding what is most important for us and what we can achieve financially.
Yeah, so I think funding is really top of mind for me in this in these entire conversation. For the minimum requirement, can you just be really concrete with me about, can you just give me an example of what one requirement could look like?
So that minimum requirement is described in all of the options except for the status quo. So grade level and seed, which is what our minimum is now, but the new elements, or not new elements, what would be developer contribution that aren't today would be trees and shrubs, trails and lighting, and site furniture.
And so how much of that, yeah, because I feel like that some of that also does flow into 7.1 a bit, or do you see the trees and shrubs stuff fairly separate from the public realm?
The trees and shrubs are related that we're referring to are on the park site where I think the 7.1 is around the infrastructure within the road right of way.
Okay, thank you. And then I was wondering too, this question is for you, Kim. We've talked about kind of that holistic conversation about housing affordability. I understand your team is scoping out that work and what it could look like. in the next year or so? How is that going?
We're beginning to initiate that, looking at how we would address the cumulative impacts of decisions and forecast that. We do intend to include industry and our city building partners in that conversation as well. So we do anticipate we'll have sort of the scoping of that this fall and being able to share updates both with council and with our industry partners.
So that's perhaps one avenue to kind of discuss all of the cumulative impact.
Absolutely.
Do you have a timeline or no? Just so like when we might hear a little bit of a status update.
Yeah.
End of the year, like Q4 of this year.
Okay. So any kind of, I think that could be a good venue to look at some of the concerns that's been collectively raised. So in just so I'm clear on that 380 million. That is the money we need to kind of make sure the parks that are up to a certain level, et cetera. That's fairly large. And is that the unfunded service package or profile that was mentioned earlier? No, that's separate. But right now we have no plans for this. This is just how much we need. If we need a plan, we need to kind of put some direction towards that.
Right, that 380 million was an assessment that was done back in 2021 for a report of what are all of the unfunded parks in the city and understanding of by tenure, by neighborhood. So that wasn't an unfunded service package that was advanced for consideration. The previous unfunded package that we were speaking of had to do with the cost share program for developed parks.
Right, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel.
Okay, so maybe just building on that, so just to be clear, that $380 million is for new parks? Or is that's to bring existing parks up to this new standard?
That was an assessment of all parks across the city, so it included the redeveloping area and the developing area, but primarily mostly developing area parks. But it included all parks types, district parks, natural areas, all that type of thing. And so it was based on UPMP standards, so urban plan management design guidelines. So those are the guidelines that we're looking to update with BREATHE. And so I would say that's a figure now that we would look to update through the BREATHE implementation.
So do those standards, are they consistent with the standards in this report? So paths, furniture, and lighting? Or is it higher than that?
So the question would be, the new standards would apply to the parks in developing areas not yet in our inventory. So 129 of those 300-ish parks would get the new standard. The developer contribution would go towards those, lessening the 380
right, but the
million.
$380 million was against MP something standards.
MPDP, yeah, the old standards.
Okay, so are those standards the same as that are the standards suggested in this report? Paths, lighting, furniture, or is there more in that standard?
No, it's really not about introducing new or novel amenities to our parks. It's about the developer contribution requirement. That's what the minimum standard is, what their minimum contribution is to municipal reserve parks contributed to the city.
So what does $380 million mean? If we spent that money, what would our parks have in them?
I think we would have to just go back and look at the analysis that was done to develop the 380,000 and understand, because I think you're asking specifically what amenities were used to calculate that 380
Well, I'm concerned that in the
million,
context of a conversation about minimum standards for developer contributions, a number got thrown out of $380 million, but that's not well understood. Is that the number to bring all of the existing parks to the same standard? Do we have very many parks that aren't to the same standard? I know there's a few in the ward I represent that don't have lighting, for instance, and don't have furniture. So, you know, what does that number mean? And if we can't clearly describe what the number means, then we probably shouldn't suggest it in the context of this conversation.
For sure, and I think we can provide better clarity on what that number means, because it would be base level, but I just don't want to commit to exactly the type of amenities that are included in that base level. That's the ones we're suggesting.
So I think it would be important to know if we're going to say that this is the standard for new parks, developer contributing or otherwise, then when we turn around and cast our eye to the existing parks, what would it take to bring those parks to that standard? And I don't know how many would not be to that standard, some. It's kind of like the recreation conversation, right? We talk about, you know, new development and greenfield development needing recreation facilities, but we've had the conversation about renewal of the existing recreation facilities too, particularly when it comes to infill, et cetera. So maybe, Ms. Petrin, then I just want to go back to a couple of your comments. So you are doing the work to understand the cumulative effect of all of the motions that have been made. Do I understand that correctly?
So since the summer, when this was highlighted, we're just initiating how we would go about scoping, looking at the cumulative impact of decisions on policy processes or standards. And so we're also looking at other things the municipality doesn't control, like inflation or interest rates and things like that, and then figuring out how to model that so that we can provide that information to council when making decisions.
And I wonder if we shouldn't have that information before we establish priorities. This is actually going back to what the mayor says. Maybe we need that list and that costing analysis before we make any other decision about unfunded service packages or things like that. Do you have a sense of timeline on when that, it sounds like you're scoping the work, but how long to do the work? I get maybe you don't know.
We wanted to bring an update further to Councillor Tang's question, just around where we're at with that in the later part of this year. But it will take some work to start to put the numbers in terms of the roads, the parks, and other things that impact the cost of a house or a home. So that will continue into next year. And I'll maybe just look to the team if there's more that you wanted to add on that. No. Do
you need a motion? Or you're doing that already?
We've committed to doing that. You will have noticed in a number of the previous reports that we've had before committee, we've committed that we're doing this work, and I'm now suggesting we'll commit to follow up with committee and council by the end of this year.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think a lot of my questions have been answered. So 129 of the 300 undeveloped parks are not within our inventory yet, so these new standards could apply to them, but they wouldn't apply retroactively, so we would still have 171 spaces that are maybe only at a base level right now, like our old base level standard.
That number is, like when you go back to that 2021 report, 353 parks were listed.
Oh, okay,
That actually also included natural areas. It included that number has been decreased further by some park development has happened since 2021.
Sure.
We had 37 flagged in redeveloping areas, and so some of those, to your point, would require city development budget to
But it is a significant chunk that we're able to deal with by increasing the baseline standards. What will happen, recognizing the timelines of a year or so, what will happen if spaces come forward to be brought into city inventory? Do we have any mechanisms to hold off accepting that? I'm just wondering if there's going to be a rush.
I don't think so, because we go through a servicing agreement process where we do construction completion certificates and final acceptance certificates, where we inspect based on what was identified in the servicing agreement. So that would be where the committed level of standard is been agreed to with the city, between the city of Edmonton and the owner.
Great, and so those agreements have their own pace and timelines. We don't anticipate that being a significant concern. Great to hear. So back to the shared park development program. So again, I think there's that important question of equity. Was that a separate budget line item that didn't necessarily compete with park renewal in immature neighborhoods, or was it under a single umbrella of funding? Do we know?
It was a separate capital profile, for several budget cycles prior to this last one.
Okay, and I apologize if I've I've missed it, but what was the order of magnitude of that fund on an annual basis?
It was around 2 million, the last ask, which did not make it to budget deliberations, was 2.5 million over 4 years.
Over 4 years, or each of the?
No, over 4 years. Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful. And I apologize, are there similar requirements for both district and local parks? Do the minimum, like, how does land assembly for like the larger district parks work? Would it fall under the same standards?
We're not able to assemble all of the land for a district park via municipal reserve designation. We would have to buy some of that land. They're large sites, yeah.
Gotcha, okay, that helps. And then I did notice, just out of curiosity, in the presentation, it showed a number of parks that are planned for the future growth area. Were those legacy parks from Ladue County, or just curious what the context for that was?
Sorry, that's in the map on slide 3?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, I would expect actually those might have been as part of, grandfathered in as part of like Leduc annexation.
Okay, yep, that would make sense to me, or potentially just, yeah, okay, great. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate the conversation. Look forward to other colleagues' thoughts. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. So, okay, so this is going to take a couple years. The community park amenities framework is going to take a couple years. The MPDP has sort of been phased out now. What do we do in the interim?
Councillor, there has been a capital profile that's been requested to come forward, unfunded profile for consideration for this adjustment, and so.
But that's for growth. That's
correct.
And so by growth, is that new parks yet to be developed, or those are parkland or open spaces that are right now there sitting vacant?
Those are parks to be developed. They're in the developing area.
So for those parks that have been developed in the past 10 or 15 years, or park space that has been set up, what do we do for those people?
So I think that's what we're suggesting through the BREATHE implementation, is to identify what should be those appropriate provision of amenities, and then bring forward a capital profile for the next budget cycle, 27 to 30, with a prioritized list of parks for development.
Okay. So people have to wait to enjoy their park space until 2027? And I don't want to create further or widen the gap any further with the inequities, but if there are groups or organizations or community leagues that can come forward to maybe fund some of these amenities, then maybe that would leave some money for some of those other areas that don't have the funding available, like when this does come to fruition in 2027. Can organizations still fund the cost of these things?
So there is always the community-led process whereby community leagues or other community groups can build amenities on licensed land. That does exclude playgrounds at this time. However, there was a previous report in July where we were asked to bring forward, and perhaps Suzanne can speak to it, but work with communities that had kind of in the pipeline, raised money already, and we would be working with them to see what we could do.
But that was only ones that were already in the pipeline. So if they haven't started anything yet, they're kind of stuck in limbo, aren't they? I know there's also that commemorative projects in public spaces.
Yeah, I'll maybe see if Ms. Young can provide some context as well to some.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Hueda. Councillor Wright, Yeah, to a certain extent, you are correct. We are phasing out the MPDP program based on the council motion in July. We are extending the timelines for that. And so those that have come to the table and have agreements in place, we are processing those and extending them. The community parks framework really was the prioritization exercise we used, and it is only to fund community parks. And so base level development for the various park types, so district parks versus community parks versus pocket parks, have different levels of service, which we deliver through the capital budget process. So in this case, it is community parks, and we understand there may be communities that are interested in advancing projects on city-owned land. We are looking to work with them wherever we can, and also, as Hoida had mentioned, the community-led process remains in place. For those that are interested, we're still trying to understand how many additional groups there actually are that are in that case, but we're only aware of several that have come forward since we've commenced phasing out of MPDP.
Okay, so I'm just looking for alternatives to provide constituents. And I've had a couple of parks in the Laurel area that have been provided commemorative names, and so now they're working to try to, I guess, develop some sort of plan for to put in some amenities. But do they necessarily have to have the park named before they can proceed with?
Nope, that is not necessary. And as I mentioned, they can still use the community-led process.
Okay.
To update that.
Okay. And then my other concern was on the consultation. I know the reports say that you've consulted with industry and will continue to consult with industry. In the GBA analysis, it does talk about participation of equity deserving groups. Will that also be included in some of this other consultation that's going forward?
Do you mean with the conversation regarding going with option one and improving the standard?
Well, what the needs are of communities?
So certainly through the BREATHE implementation, we do have an engagement component where we certainly will be engaging with equity deserving groups, and that is part of the plan. Over the next little while here, as we work with industry on what is the base minimum standards, we'll likely rely on past sources of information and consultations that we have done with groups.
I think maybe you should get an update on it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I really appreciate the discussion today. I guess I'm curious from hearing from administration, and maybe I'll try and put this forward, and then you can sort of correct me if I'm wrong. If we do not solve this, the path forward for neighbors who want a park is they have to volunteer to build it, to secure funding from provincial or other municipal pots. They may have to do fundraisers, they may have to do bake sales, etc. And that's kind of the path forward. Like if we either do this at the jump or it's kind of up to the neighbors. Is that a fair comment?
I think, Councillor, perhaps a tweak to that would be yes, or they wait, or they go without a park. In that approach. But as we grow, understanding that it takes time to build out infrastructure in neighborhoods. So it's a conversation of what are critical pieces of infrastructure in new neighborhoods and how are those funded.
Yeah, I guess I worry about the human cost. Like I think I read in EFCL's annual report that Edmontonians spend 300,000 hours a year volunteering, and just from my peripheral experience with school playgrounds and other parks amenities, I mean, this takes time. It takes enormous labor of folks. And as I read it, if I was buying a $500,000 house, and say for instance the park was going to work out to $2,000 a year, that's that is not insignificant, but over the course of that's $80 a year, or sorry, it would be $2,000 over 25 years on a mortgage, which would be about $80 a year. And I mean, I've gone to a number of these events recently where community members are like raising funds, volunteering, working really, really hard. Like we don't have a quantification of that, do we?
Councillor Jans, it's Kim. There's sort of the three paths to C Parks development, whether it be the city, the developer, or community-led. So we're looking at increasing the standards here to provide that base level of amenities for new developing park sites. And then through the community parks framework, which Suzanne can maybe speak more about, was to create a new approach and framework to how we prioritize.
Yeah, I guess from an EDI analysis too, I mean, in my experience, this often falls on the women, and there's a gendered component of this too, that it's sort of up to the soccer moms to do the playground. So I think we should all be mindful of that too. I guess finally, when we talk about provincial grants, I saw a couple mentioned, but just to confirm, like, are they there's a certain amount that's like, or how is it allocated? Like, what I'm worried about is a grant for a playground or amenity in a new neighborhood would be less funding that's available to go towards a playground in say Ritchie or a mature neighborhood, and I'm worried that this may be worsening if we continue to use provincial funding, but it's limited. Really, we're just kind of shorting Peter to pay Paul.
Perhaps Suzanne can answer better, but I believe those grants that we get from the provincial government are for new park sites on school sites. Suzanne, do you have more information on that?
Councillor Jantz, the provincial funding mechanisms are the same. And so for both growth and renewal of playgrounds, historically, community groups have competed for that funding. And so that is, your assessment is fair, and their process is, I think, and we have met with them to talk to them about it. It has a certain sense of inequity just in terms of how it's provided. So those community groups that can fundraise, find matching funds, are able to prepare playgrounds, and those communities that are not able to fundraise and are not able to advance those projects aren't getting the playgrounds. And that was really the basis for the community parks framework, was really bringing equity across the city. We were responding exactly to the issue you had raised, is that those communities that were fundraising were both able to renew their playgrounds, but also build new ones. And so, whereas those other communities across the city weren't able to do that. So that was our attempt at the city bringing equity through the community parks framework, both through renewal and growth.
Yeah. No, excellent. I prefer option 4. I think it externalizes the risk the most fairly. So thank you everyone for your work and support today.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, finding ways to move forward on this. I just need clarity. Okay, you presented us 5 options. Councillor Rutherford was going to make a motion to go ahead, do more work on option 1. I think committees probably, I don't know, but they probably want to go in some direction, right? So do you need that direction now so you can focus on option 1 and then not focus on the rest of the options?
Mr. Mayor, we have committed in the report to move forward with option 1 in our next steps. If committee wanted to provide a motion to provide greater clarity and certainty around that, we welcome that. But it's we are committed to move forward with option 1.
Yeah, okay. But I just also want to understand that you're moving forward on option 1 keeps other options open as well, right? So I just want to, I think more clarity would be helpful in a way that then there's weight of committee behind option 1, then you would not be emphasizing as much on other options.
That works.
Okay. Then and that will help if UDI and developers agree on, increasing minimum standards, and that becomes the development industry's responsibility to fund those, then we will be able to then we will have a plan in place to deal with 129 sites, right? If they agree.
Yes, that's the, do you want to comment?
That is correct. Also just want to note that minimum standard may mean there's still city investment in those parks. So the developers, there's not playgrounds and those
got it. Okay, but you'll have a plan in place once those discussions are concluded. Then existing neighborhoods, like redeveloping neighborhoods, there's a huge deficit in there too. So tell me, what would you need, when would we need additional direction from committee to give you more precise direction which way we need to go, but we need some information around that.
I might suggest we wait until we've completed the work on Breathe to better understand what those provisioning standards are for different
Is
types
the way
of
to
parks.
kind of expedite that work a little bit more? Because 2 years, in my mind, is probably a long time to wait.
I think we need to think
We
about
can take that away and
Yeah.
see how we can fit that into our work plan when we are looking at our 2024 work plan and priorities.
Okay, you also mentioned you will bring forward something by the end of this year, or an update, or did I hear incorrectly?
So we'd probably communicate an update in terms of where we're at and how we're going to, the approach that we'll take to monitor the cumulative impacts of policy, processes, or regulations or standards. That would probably be shared with committee and council through a memo.
Oh, I see. Okay, so this is what Kaylin was suggesting, that we need another motion to put all these motions together and report together. That's what you're...
We have a commitment, through our reporting in terms of due dates that we're expected back to come to committee. So if there is a sense to sort of package those different elements and different reports that we're working on as an administration, then we'd need direction for that.
I think that will be helpful.
We're
Okay,
working on
good.
it,
Okay,
yeah.
okay, good. Okay, good. That will be helpful and to us to understand all these cuts. Whether they say cuts by 1,000, what death by 1,000 cuts, right? Whatever that term is, right? Okay. That is. Oh, am I also correct in understanding that Edmonton has the lowest minimum standards for park developments? And when you did the jurisdictional scan?
Yes, as compared to the 5 jurisdictions that we did a scan of. Yes.
Okay. All right, I'll stop here. I'll move the motion. I'll move option 1. Option 1 is.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I think Clerks has the wording for that. We'll just pull it up, and I'll have you
There you
state
go.
that.
That administration work with industry to explore potential changes to minimum standards as outlined in option 1 of UPE 01728, and report back on the changes to standards.
Thank you very much. Any questions, or did you have a question on this? Yeah. Okay, we'll just deal with this motion. So any questions or wishing to speak on this motion? So just providing clarity that administration will move forward with option 1. Okay, not seeing anyone sign on. Mayor Sohi, did you wish to close? Sure. Okay, we will just table that for a moment, or not table it. It will just be there. Councillor Tang, over to you.
Okay, thank you. Since Mayor Sohi brought up the jurisdictional scan, I did just very quickly. So the reason why you chose those 4 cities because of similar kind of land mass and population and similar kind of proportion of developing and redeveloping neighborhoods?
Yeah, there was also some awareness of slightly different approaches taken, especially for Mississauga and Winnipeg, knowing the Planning Act that Ontario has would inform Mississauga's approach, that development fee, and that Winnipeg was a similar sized city that used the cash in lieu as part of the MR taking process, whereas Calgary, Edmonton take the land in most cases. And and then the other 2 were just Alberta examples, same regulatory context. Calgary's always a good comparator.
Yeah. Okay, that was all. But if it's okay, I'll just take just maybe 1 minute here just to speak to the motion on the table. I can appreciate the work is ongoing, but I do think offering some clarity, and this way we have a bit of a timeline for when council might expect or committee might expect kind of that update. So I really appreciate that. I mean, I still am very worried about the funding question because I think we can have the standard, but I don't see a path forward of having adequate funding to properly implement. How much would that city contribution? How much would that look like? I don't think at this point we've really contemplated that. And then in the future, when even things, developer initiated does get turned over to the city, what will operating and maintenance look like? And so I think by the time we get to that point, it's going to be a fairly sizable chunk. And, I don't want anyone to be caught off guard at that point because I am envisioning a fairly significant scale. So I'm just mentally preparing myself for that point. But I think right now having this conversation about standards is a good one to start. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Jans?
I guess I'm wondering, for the mover of the motion, would they be open to adding something like to work with community and industry to explore changes? Because I'm just thinking about that EFCL or the community voice, the sort of democratic component here.
I'm always open to engaging with the community, right? I don't know how will that look like. Maybe administration can take that back. But my concern would be, I think we already have a huge deficit in the parks amenities, right? And I want a quicker movement on this, right? So only concern I would have, how would that impact the decision-making process, and how would that delay the decision-making process?
Is the mover not comfortable with option 4, for instance, that would see more movement faster now?
I think the second conversation that we want to have about all these different motions or expectations from council of the development industry, I think once we get to a common understanding on that, maybe there'll be maybe we can have that conversation. I think at this time, all these requirements that are asking the industry to fulfill, I don't know the cumulative impact of that, right? So I don't know what the cumulative impact would be of having option 4. So I'm kind of struggling with those challenges, Councillor Jans, because we don't have the holistic approach or holistic kind of impact on in front of us in order to pick, say, well, this is better, this is not better, and what should be shared by the developer and what should be shared by the city.
I guess my worry is administration and industry already collaborated on this report, and we heard very clearly from industry this morning they don't want to pay another dollar. So I feel like we're putting our admin in an impossible position here, going back to say, come up with a solution. I think it's already at our committee. I feel like I would feel better if we kind of set direction here. I'd be curious to hear more, like a more forthright thought, or I don't know.
Thoughts there? Yeah, I did not hear from the industry that they're not willing to pay another dollar. That's not my understanding. I heard that they're willing to work with administration to implement better standards, and probably Calgary probably is a good model as well, right? If other municipalities are able to forge those stronger partnerships with the development industry to bring better park amenities into developing areas, I'm pretty sure it's a marketing advantage for the industry as well, right? So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Wright?
Hi, and I appreciate Councillor Jans bringing up that community part, because that was a concern of mine too. But I'm guessing when the report does come back to committee, it's at that time we can garner community input. Would that be too late in the process?
Councillor, through the BREATHE implementation work that we're planning to do and the engagement there, that might actually further influence the base level standards. So there will be community voices and other equity deserving groups as part of that engagement. And so we can certainly bring that forward as part of what the base level improvements might be following BREATHE.
Oh, okay. So I'd understood when I asked before that you were just going to use past consultation. But you'll do more?
So I think it's like a two-step process. So I think we're going to do immediate engagement with industry right now to bring the base level standard up to what we say in option 1. but then through the Breathe further implementation, we will be hearing more community voices, and so that might still revise what the base minimum level is as well.
Okay, perfect, awesome. And do we have a due date for this report? Is it just standard 13 weeks, or?
I'm not sure this needs to be a report because it's an update that will be done through our design and construction standards, if I'm not mistaken, the landscape volume. So it's not an item that requires committee or council approval, but we can communicate that the work has been done and provide a memo to council as an update, if that works.
To the mover, does that work? Yeah? Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Excellent, thank you. I'm not seeing anyone else signed up to speak or ask questions. I'll give that a moment if anyone did want to speak to this. Seeing none, Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, very, very briefly, look forward to this, this work, but I'm also cognizant, as Councillor Tang has identified, right, there are more work to be done and understood by us, because when we have limited amount of money and we want to up the standards for park developments, and we are hopefully getting a partnership opportunity with the UDI and developers, and how much the industry contributes and how much city is required to contribute under those standards, I would want to understand better as well around if we only have $50 to put towards something, and there's a greater need in existing neighborhoods, right, that we need to catch up on. We need to make sure that we are allocating city resources according to based on that need. So I understand that city might be required to contribute in the developing areas, but I'd rather not see that happening with city dollars. I'd rather see those precious city dollars going toward catching up with the existing infrastructure deficit that we have in existing communities that have not been given the kind of park spaces that they need, and there's an inequity in that, right? I think we'd rather use city resources to deal with that inequity and expect the industry to up their game in a collaborative way to pay for some of these amenities. There's a direct benefits of having a park ready for use and playgrounds ready for use. It's a sales marketing. It allows them to attract more buyers into that neighborhood, and I think that's what if somebody goes into a show home now, they see these beautiful pictures with the landscaping, with pathways connected, with benches in the parks. But in reality, those are not the standards that we actually build it to, right? So I think it will also match the expectations when people buy, and that this is what they will get, right? And I hope that the industry will definitely work with industry to find creative ways of finding innovative ways to fund these areas. At the same time, we need to work with industry to see where we can expect less of them, right? And all other ways we are reducing cost through red tape elimination and permitting and all that, right? So look forward to the second part of the subsequent as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Councillor Carmel, I believe you had a subsequent motion?
I do, and I think the clerk has the wording for that. And I'll read it in just as that's coming up. And that is that administration provide a memo to council with information on a work plan to analyze and monitor the implication on housing affordability, costs and savings of city initiatives, including recent and outstanding motions that contemplate developer investments. And so this just builds on Mayor Sohi's comments just now that I think there's a question about, the balancing of investments. and knowing that dollars are scarce, you know, if the city is going to be left with the challenge of reinvesting in the established neighborhoods in the existing infrastructure, what is the balancing point with new development in terms of what is the base minimum? What is that baseline? What is that critical mass of amenities that should be part of that development? I think that's a conversation to have. But as Mayor Sohi stated earlier, we're doing this in a piecemeal way. Like, is this the most important thing? You know, paths and lighting on benches, or is it entrance features, or is it crosswalks, or is it, you know, I think we all have a bit of a notion. If we get it all in one basket and we have the participation of our developing community, our developing industry to help us understand what the impacts of each of these things are discretely on housing affordability. And as Councillor Stevenson mentioned, we have the understanding of having the fastest, best permitting system in the land, the fastest turnaround periods, those kinds of things. Everything into the basket, and you know, what does that mean we should be doing? Where do we find that balancing point? Let's have that holistic, overarching conversation. And out of that, we can set some priorities. And maybe that, quite frankly, maybe that diminishes the amount of time we spend on the one-offs in this committee room, and we get to that bigger conversation. So I offer that subsequent. I know that there might be some hesitation about a memo because this is something we will have to talk about, but I think it's the work of the work plan we want to talk about, not necessarily the work plan itself. As long as administration kind of tells us how we're doing it, then a memo is fine and not a report. And there's a bit of agenda management in there just per our meeting this morning. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carmel. Councillor Tang?
So to that point, we'll get the work plan in a memo, but then you'll also lay out kind of when the discussion will be at committee in that, as part of that work plan, correct?
Yes, we'll look to see how we can thread this through subsequent conversations that committee and council will have in the new year.
Mm-hmm. I know, you know, certainly there was some comparison of like, you know, we have these bi-monthly check-ins on transit safety, that's, you know, at council and stuff, but given housing affordability is sort of on a bit of a different time trajectory, are we, you know, I'm assuming you'll have as part of that work plan kind of that cadence of monitoring?
Yes.
On a more of a longer timeline?
Yes, longer but still regular, that council can keep a pulse on what's happening in that space.
Yeah, awesome. Can I just take 1 minute to speak to it so I don't take up another round? Or?
Oh, it's no trouble to come back to speak to. Don't worry about that at all. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thanks so much. And thanks for the motion from committee. I guess just a question, when we're talking about housing affordability, would this be looking at, I guess, overall housing affordability in the city of Edmonton, or just new housing prices that are being built? Just trying to understand what we'd be getting back. How does administration view housing affordability? Because that's such a broad term.
I think certainly, Councillor, it does include different tenure types. It would include new housing. I think that is the primary concern about how is new house prices being impacted, but certainly we would want to look at the redeveloping area, the developing area, different tenure types, rental ownership as well. I think those are all important to Edmontonians.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think if possible, and maybe this is doable just with the existing wording, but I think it would be good to situate this conversation in the city plan, because when I think about some of the developer investments that are being contemplated, it's possible that those types of investments increase affordability overall, not necessarily, you know, specifically for new housing types and new housing prices, but yeah, just taking that holistic perspective, is it possible to reflect that, or to situate this conversation and this memo in that broader sense as well, while still honing in on housing prices in new communities?
I think what we can do is certainly consider what the city plan has set as a target, which considers housing and transportation, as Ms. Anderson had mentioned before. And so when you consider that, then you're considering the costs that are associated as well with not just the housing, but the transportation associated with the mobility given the location of the home. Is that what you mean? A little bit more holistic to the house? And I think as well as compared to the household income as well. So that being an important threshold.
Right. Yeah, I think that's definitely part of what I mean. I think the other part I always just come back to is, fulfilling the city plan vision will result in the 5% residential tax reduction. And when I think about affordability, I think about that piece as well. So just that's what I'm trying to grapple with and trying to determine if this will provide us with that line of sight as well. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, well, I will pick up on that question. I think that's an excellent point that Councillor Salvador raised, just in terms of, again, looking at, I think Councillor Knack phrased it, is it on the mortgage or is it on the tax bill? And so how do those different costs play out over time? We're turning this into a doctoral thesis, I think, but it's certainly, information and context that I think will be very helpful in us answering some of the big questions that we have before us. So appreciate, I think this memo is a great first step just to get that kind of scope and understanding of what that looks like, and then we'll be able to have some further conversations. I just kind of spoke to it there a bit. Councillor Cartmel, were you up for other questions or no? Okay. I'll go to, I'm not seeing anyone else. Councillor Tang, did you wish to speak?
Yeah, maybe just very briefly, I mean, I've been kind of, in talking to administration, been thinking about something for a while, so I appreciate Councillor Carmel actually putting pen to the paper, literally, and getting this kind of out. I think there's lots of, I'm sure administration is thinking of lots of different mechanism of delivering that information. And, we've chatted about the economic outlook, for example, that also provides, quite an important look at affordability, perhaps. More not just housing, but macro sense as well. So there's lots of different ways, and I don't doubt that you'll find a good way of bringing this information forward. I think housing affordability is certainly Edmonton's advantage, and I don't feel like I always have a good pulse on what that actually means. And so I think this will give, not only to answer. And I think it's not really only to respond to some of the concerns that's emerging from the industry, but also a holistic picture for all Edmontonians to really understand what that advantage actually looks like in the context of so many different factors. And so I'm actually quite looking forward to this. I certainly want this to be in a very public forum and want to hear from community feedback. Of how they perceive and their experiences. I do think the transit safety updates is a good way of pulling such a multi-sectoral view on a very complex issue. This is equally complex. So I appreciate you taking this on, and I look forward to how the work plan will lay out the cadence of this monitoring work moving forward, and it just helps to, I think, actually elevate this conversation further and coalesce some of the disparate, threads that's been going on for a while. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Cartmel to close.
Thank you. So I appreciate everybody's comments. I'll be quick. I think the undertone here is that through the various conversations we've had over the last few weeks, is that the city cannot do this by itself, and it cannot just simply increase taxes ad infinitum to do everything for everyone in every place right now. And I think we're coming to that realization. And so I think that part of that then leads to what are the partnerships that we can create, or what are the partnerships that we can renew, or what are the partnerships that might need to evolve a little bit. This conversation today, started from that place of where is there a new partnership on park spaces that can be established with developers, and as we've discussed this today, we've realized that partnership with our development community goes beyond just parks. It goes to a number of other things. We're going to talk about them again here in the next item. So this motion is intended to begin that conversation about finding that new balance between our development partners, which are the greenfield developers predominantly in the context of this conversation. We are going to need to have similar but different conversations with infill developers. We're going to have to talk about what we can do as a city, as a corporation, a city corporation, to make that infill development more affordable and how we're going to be able to do that. They're not mutually exclusive, but they're not the same pot. They're not the same concerns, the same contexts, right? We have a number of established neighborhoods that are with a number of different amenities that are at different levels of development, that have different things, different needs, different renewals, different inputs, as opposed to the greenfield developments where they are brand new and we're trying to potentially avoid some of that renewal that we have to, we as a city have to do when we take over that infrastructure. So this is part of the conversation. It's not the entire conversation. Writing a motion to be the entire conversation is literally impossible. So I think taking this on and having that conversation with our development community about all of the things we're seeing as deficiencies in our built form, and coming to that conversation about how we can do that in that context that Councillor Knack offered of, is it on the tax bill, is it on the mortgage payment, or is it in some other place? So hope that this motion begins to provide those points of conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmell. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Well, thank you. I believe that finishes up our first item, 6.1. We're now going to be moving to item 7.2. I'm hopeful that we will hear from all of our speakers after our presentation from administration. For those waiting on 7.1, that will be after the lunch break. So please feel free to head out now, and we'll be back to your item not at 1:30, but at some point after 1:30. Great, thank you. So administration, I'll turn to you now for a presentation on item 7.2.
Great, thank you. Good morning. I am Alyssa LaLiberty, the branch manager of Economic Investment Services. I'm here with Brett Latchford, Director of Strategy and Emerging Economy, and Lila Peter, Director of Development Approvals and Inspections. We are here to discuss the options to address surface parking lots in Center City and the quarters. Next slide, please. The City of Edmonton is committed to preserving and strengthening the role of downtown as a key piece of the vibrant, healthy, and inclusive city envisioned by the city plan. Downtown Edmonton provides investors with many opportunities for development, including the potential for redevelopment of surface parking lots. We also know that the success of downtown Edmonton is important to the success of Edmonton as a whole. For decades, parking has been prioritized over other modes of transit all across North America. Historically, planning regulations mandated the number of parking spaces that commercial or residential developments had to provide. This has created a situation in which people expect that they will be able to find inexpensive parking within meters of their destination. When the City of Edmonton passed open option parking in June of 2020, it removed minimum parking requirements. As the first major Canadian city to do so, Edmonton was celebrated as a leader in parking lot reform. This represents a going forward solution, but does not address existing surface parking lots. In Edmonton's downtown area, parking lots are often the result of investors and developers who adopt a buy and hold approach to potential development sites. As downtown developers seek to minimize carrying costs on the land they hold, they often see parking lots as an option until the economic climate favors the building of a high-rise. Next slide, please. The city plan, the Capital City Downtown Plan, and other area plans include policies or action statements that de-emphasize surface parking lots and encourage a switch from private vehicle use to active forms of transportation. This shift is expected to reduce demand for surface parking lots. Currently, the plans have been effective in preventing further increases in the number of surface parking lots, as there have been no appreciable increases since 2010. The city's regulations are clear, and the city requires development permits for surface parking lots, as it does for all other kinds of development. a development permit for a parking lot prescribes a certain amount of landscaping, proper drainage, and safety considerations. Unpermitted lots are not held to this standard. The Capital City Downtown Plan advocates for no new surface parking lots, and the zoning bylaw has changed parking from a permitted use to a discretionary use. This means that although it is not impossible to get a development permit for parking, it is significantly harder than before the plans and bylaw changes. The city could more actively enforce unpermitted lots and attempt to force closure. However, closing a parking lot is not likely to have the intended effect of encouraging a developer to build, which we heard consistently during stakeholder engagement. I will now hand it over to Lila Peter, Director of Development Services, to discuss permits and enforcement.
There are approximately 275 surface lots in Center City. Most of these, almost 90%, do not hold current development permits or a business license for those parking lots. Some have held permits in the past, but these have lapsed. This contributes to why so few of the downtown surface lots meet landscaping requirements. However, as previously mentioned, most of these parking lots will not be able to acquire a development permit based on the current downtown plan. This in turn means that they will not be able to acquire a business license. And if they were to be granted a development permit, the cost of upgrading may mean that those lots would stay as parking for longer than they would have had the investments such as asphalt lighting and landscaping not been made to upgrade that lot. For some landowners who have been denied a parking lot development permit, they may be able to petition or appeal to the Subdivision Development and Appeal Board and obtain a permit through that route. Next slide, please. So tension does exist between the need to enforce development permits for parking lots and the potential consequences of doing so. Closing a lot is not a guarantee that the land will be developed sooner. Strict enforcement may result in many vacant lots, which could become a target for social disorder. These vacant lots may need to be fenced or secured to avoid encampments. It is also anticipated that a large-scale enforcement effort may lead to some backlash from landowners, the business community, and users of those parking lots, but it could also result in some positive uplift of transit usage. So currently, our enforcement teams have more files than resources. As such, they have had to prioritize their work to focus on different files. And right now, their priorities are focused on life safety issues, such as files relating to residential living, illegal secondary suites, lodging houses, our problem properties, and construction without a permit. Taking on additional enforcement work, such as this parking lot file, without additional resources will impact the delivery on those other files. And it won't provide a defined timeline for this work, the surface parking lot work, to be completed. Therefore, a model of targeted enforcement is recommended, but does require additional staffing so as not to direct resourcing away from the current enforcement priorities. There is also the potential that this work will require mitigation and litigation costs as well. So, if enforcement is advanced, it is recommended that it be through a targeted enforcement effort, but it should be noted that this may not yield Council's desired results.
Next slide, please. As Lila outlined, reducing the number of surface parking lots is challenging, and simply closing lots will not incent developers. Developers have expressed a reluctance to build right now, indicating construction costs and borrowing rates are very high and relatively low rents in downtown Edmonton when compared to other cities. However, rental rates could be shifting in the near term as Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation predicts a rental housing shortage in Edmonton with vacancy rates falling to approximately 1% coupled with rising rents. The city continues to work towards alternate uses for the redevelopment of surface lots through construction and development incentives, as well as community enhancement programs such as the Downtown Vibrancy Fund. Development or construction grants can come in a number of different forms. The city already has some incentives, such as the affordable housing grants or grants under the Development Incentive Program. Committee Report UPE 01836 Downtown Community Revitalization Levy Financial Incentives Funding Program will contain more information about development or construction incentives. That report is planned for Executive Committee on October 13th. Looking at other solutions beyond incenting developers for construction is a possibility, and some potential solutions include purchasing vacant land or surface parking lots to use as green space or amenity space, and taxing vacant lots. Under existing legislation, municipalities in Alberta have the authority to divide the non-residential subclass into vacant and improved subclasses. This may seem to allow increasing tax rates on underutilized vacant lots in the downtown core, such as surface level parking lots. However, because the term vacant is undefined within the legislation, it can also be read in opposition to improved. In other words, only those lots without any improvements can be considered vacant. For example, if gravel, asphalt, fencing, or even a booth can meet the definition of an improvement, the property can no longer be classed as vacant. Both development incentives and more stringent enforcement may work to reduce the number of surface parking lots over time. This is a complex, long-standing issue, and administration recognizes the challenges that these surface parking lots create for Centre City in terms of vibrancy and safety, redevelopment opportunities, setting minimum standards, and ensuring compliance with the city bylaws. Dependent on desired outcomes, different approaches will yield different results and have varying resource needs. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I'll have you step back and we'll now have our speakers. So Ms. Anderson, I know you're here in person. Please come on up. Don McGarvey, are you here? Hello. Please come. You can grab the seat up here. Jacob DeWang, are you with us online?
Hi, I'm here.
Hi there. And Panita McBrien, are you joining us online?
I'm here, yep.
Great. I know a few of you have spoken here before, as earlier as the last item, but just want to let everyone know that we'll be hearing from our 4 speakers in a panel, so you'll present one after each other. You will all have 5 minutes to present. For those of you in the room, there are red lights. There's a green light in front of you that will be green for the first 4 minutes, a yellow light in the last minute, and then a red light flashing when your time is up. Once you've had a chance to present, please don't go anywhere. Members of council and committee can ask you questions. If you are participating virtually, please just remember to mute your microphone and refrain from using the raise hand function. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Anderson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members of Urban Planning Committee and Council. We're happy to be here to be able to address this issue of surface parking lots in the downtown and the quarters. My name is Kaylin Anderson, and I'm the Executive Director of the Urban Development Institute for the Edmonton Metro Region. I'd like to begin my remarks today by saying that UDI is all in for the downtown. It's the heartbeat of our city, and it represents the urban center of the Edmonton Metro Region. Our industry is extremely invested in its success. The issue of downtown surface parking lots, at the end of the day, isn't really about the cars being parked there, but the absence of redevelopment and the opportunity cost that that has for our community. And that's what we'd like to work with together. We'd like to work together on this with you. It's a huge challenge, but we'd like to prioritize it. The time for a strong economic vision for the future of our downtown is right now. Currently, our downtown is facing major challenges, from increasing office and retail vacancy rates to the lack of investment momentum and private sector financial viability for new residential projects. Without action, we are likely to see a significant devaluation in our commercial real estate market, which will erode the tax revenues for the entire city. Additionally, market conditions have recently changed. Cap rates have crept up, and construction costs have increased by about 30%. Given these economic challenges, high-density apartment development downtown isn't penciling out. The real estate development industry's expert opinion is that the most effective and achievable method for spurring development in the downtown core is to support sustained growth and investment over the long term, and to focus on financial options to incentivize residential development and office conversions that remove unproductive commercial assets in the near term. The downtown area faces major structural risks related to asset devaluation that will have a negative impact on taxation citywide. So now is the time for all of us, whether in the suburbs or in the industrial areas or in the mature neighborhoods, to take action. A particularly concerning trend is that office and commercial vacancy rates have been climbing, and they're now hovering at around 21%. Additionally concerning is that the impact that this vacancy rate has had and will continue to have on the market value of our commercial assets. So really what I want to underscore for you here today is that this isn't a conversation just about parking lots downtown. If our downtown asset classes fail, the taxation burden on all of the rest of the city will rise. This is a critical issue that requires an urgent response. As goes the downtown, so goes the whole city. So we know that additional housing stock of all types is very much needed, and that is no exception in the center city. Increasing the residential density in this area is critical for building a more human-scaled and welcoming neighborhood that will ultimately support 24/7 activity, and will also seek to stabilize and ultimately build upon that tax base, which is 10% of the city's whole revenue source in terms of property taxation, but only sitting on 1% of the land. As such, we recommend that City Council focus on the following areas to enable more households of all types to live in Edmonton Centre City. Of course, prioritizing safety, security, and cleanliness of downtown, that's sort of table stakes. Investing in the public amenities that support people and families of all ages and sizes to turn the Centre City into a collection of truly livable and lovable connected neighborhoods. Incentivizing office conversions and the construction of new residential units to stimulate investment and spur that much needed growth downtown. And as always, continuing to do everything we can to remove the regulatory and infrastructure barriers to redevelopment by streamlining our processes and reducing costs and improving timelines. At this time, a renewed urban vision and a new set of transformational initiatives and policy priorities could help shed light on how best to attract and retain businesses and residents to the downtown, while supporting private sector construction and, very importantly, investor confidence, which I have to note, it's not the investors in Edmonton who need the confidence. It's the entire country that needs the confidence, because that's where the money comes from. So we do recommend in the short term that you pursue this objective of increasing residential development through both new supply and also housing conversions, which will have the double impact of increasing households downtown and also mitigating that negative pull on the tax base because of the commercial assets that are vacant. We think that Council can show great leadership by focusing on a few pragmatic and timely solutions to the problems we face. We know that this is going to be challenging. We want you to know that we're here for you. We're part of the solution, and the downtown is important for all of us. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Mr. McGarvey, over to you.
Thank you, Chair Stevenson, and members of the committee, as well as members of Council. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak on this issue today. I know I've got limited time, and I'll attempt to be as thrifty with my words as possible, although that's not typically a trait of a lawyer. I practiced law here for 35 years. I'm a lifelong resident of Edmonton, and I'm here not in my professional, but rather in my personal capacity and on behalf of my mother, who's 83 and unable to join because of health reasons. I'm going to ask for your patience because I'm going to tell you a story, and this will give you a perspective that hasn't been considered by administration, perhaps one you haven't heard before on this issue. And it has its genesis, what brings me here has its genesis of about 100 years ago, when a young man left his family with no resources and boarded a ship in steerage from Scotland and came to Eastern Canada. That was my grandfather, and he boarded with his two older brothers a train that made its way across Canada en route to Vancouver, as it turned out, but for reasons we can't piece together as a family, he got off in Edmonton. His brothers continued to Vancouver. My grandfather found some lodging at the YMCA, where he stayed for a few years. He worked odd jobs, ultimately became acquainted with a gentleman by the name of Harold Foster. At the time they became acquainted, Mr. Foster was dying. And Mr. Foster got to know my grandfather and ultimately asked him whether he would be willing to buy the funeral home that Mr. Foster owned and ran. And when Mr. Foster died in 1929, my grandfather purchased that land and that funeral home, and that land is on the northwest corner of 100th Avenue and 103rd Street. It is one of the properties that is in the administration report, and one of the properties that we're talking about within the one of 243 of 275 that are unlicensed. I can tell you that upon purchasing the funeral home, my grandfather ran that funeral home from 1929 until his death in 1982. He ran it through the Depression era, he ran it through 2 world wars, he ran it through the ups and downs of the economy, all the while being a strong member of the community and a member of the social community as well as the business community in Edmonton until his passing. My father, who was born here in Edmonton, he was raised as a young boy in the suite above the funeral home that occupied that land. And ultimately, when my grandparents could afford their own home, they moved to Glenora, which happens to be 7 houses away from where I now live. You may get the sense that this is an emotional issue for me. It is. It's a very emotional issue for me because after decades of lifting heavy caskets and performing only one job throughout his life, that of a funeral director, my dad spent 54 years lifting caskets, serving people, decade after decade, thousands and thousands of families, generation after generation. And ultimately, after lifting all those caskets, his back gave out. He had a series of surgeries he had to sell the business, and he sold it not to one of the large conglomerates that tends to run the funeral industry business these days throughout North America, but rather to a local operator, Conley McKinley, who thankfully kept the name, but the assets of the business were moved to 114th and 100th Avenue, where Conley McKinley has its operations. So upon the sale, and after 76 years of that building standing on that property, knowing it as I grew up, it had to come down. It was empty, it was vacant. So it was torn down, featured in the journal, and it was the end of an era and something that was very difficult on my father at the time. That land in question has been vacant since that time. My father, I have now learned, turned it into a parking lot. Unfortunately, my father passed away at 4 a.m. on May 7th, 2022 at the Grey Nuns Hospital while I held his hand. Since that time, he left his wife, my mother, behind, and I was charged with the responsibility of figuring out what's going on with this parking lot. So very briefly, what I've done since his death is I've reviewed the past leases, the evolution of those terms of those leases, which were certainly significantly affected by the pandemic. I have renegotiated a lease with a new operator, Vibe, a major operator in this city, who has been nothing but professional, helpful, and responsible. This came to the attention, and I see my time is up, that the parking lot was unlicensed, and no more licenses could be issued. I've spoken to commercial realtors. I've spoken to developers. They say, you don't have enough space. You've got 11,250 square feet. That's not enough. I've attempted to buy the adjacent space, the Masonic Temple.
Thank you. We will have an opportunity to ask
Thank
you
you
some questions. You may be able to finish your comments then. Thank you so much for that presentation. Over to Jacob Duong, joining us remotely. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you're coming through.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair, members of committee and council. My name is Jacob Duong. I am a young renter under 30, new Edmontonian. Thank you so much for the welcome to your city. Housing advocate and just overall interested in urban planning and making cities nicer. So my presentation today is on how a land value tax could help address surface parking lots. And this is more aimed at a long-term solution for these kinds of inefficiently used lands that we want to see redeveloped. Next slide, please. So first of all, what is a land value tax? So property value is composed of 2 parts. The first part being land value. What is the unimproved value of the land? And then the improvement value. What have you built on top of that? And so what land value tax does is it ignores the improvement value and it taxes land directly. And this has a lot of nice properties, such as if you are an econ nerd like me and remember back to your econ 101 class and these supply and demand graphs, Because land supply is totally inelastic, that means that land value tax is perfectly efficient. It doesn't come with any of the economic distortions that other taxes might come with. Next slide, please. Great. So how does this help address surface parking? Well, land value tax discourages speculative land holding because the tax increases reflect changes in land value up and down, encouraging landowners to develop or sell vacant or underused plots in high demand areas. So here we see a billboard put up a long time ago that says, "Everybody works but the vacant lot. I paid $3,600 for this lot and will hold until I get $6,000. Essentially, someone's speculating on this lot, earning the profit off of what they expect this land will become worth in the future. Next slide, please. So in essence, what a land value tax would do is it would tax inefficiently used land more, and building improvements won't cause tax increases. Next slide, please. So, but where has this actually been implemented? It turns out in a lot of places, the text seems small there, but Australia has land tax. In Canada, many jurisdictions had land tax until the early 20th century. And there's a variety of other countries where it has been implemented. Next slide, please. How can land value tax be practically implemented? Well, for this, I would turn your attention to Detroit, where the mayor, Mike Duggan, who's dealing with a lot of vacant land and underused properties, has introduced the land value tax plan. And in the middle, you can read, "It's time to lower Detroit's property taxes. Land value tax brochure has all the details." Next slide, please. So essentially what that plan has is split rate taxation. So going back to what property value is, land value plus improvement value, all you have to do is tax the land value and structure value at the different mill rates. And so essentially you'll have your property tax being land value tax rate multiplied by the land value plus the improvement tax rate multiplied by the improvement value. And as you can see for the Detroit example, their plan is to cut the tax mills on buildings by 14 and more than double taxes on land. And that will encourage actually redeveloping land and not penalize people who seek to redevelop land. And I know that there's a few barriers in the short term to implementing this, namely that you need to get the province to agree to allow this, but I thought that it would be useful to bring this to your attention. And there's no better time to start than now for advocating for this kind of tax reform. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions later on.
Thank you. Thanks for that presentation. We'll go to our last speaker, Ms. McBrien. You're online with us. Please go ahead.
Hello, Panita McBrien here, Executive Director of the Edmonton Downtown Business Association. Thank you to the committee members and other councillors for hearing this and hearing us. The first thing I want to note on this is that I believe we at the EDBA share the concerns of this committee and council when it comes to tackling eyesores and detractors from downtown vibrancy and encouraging private property owners to be good stewards of their property and of the public realm. I think we have really similar aims here, and ultimately to develop this land. I think that's what we're all looking for. I very much echo Kaylin Anderson's comments about the need to accept the economic reality of where we're at today, and to understand that if speeding up development is what we're looking for, we're not going to get there with enforcement. Really a strong and robust incentive program for construction, similar to what we did in 2020 and similar to what I know you're considering already, is one of the only ways I believe that council could actually speed up the development of these lots. And we also have to be realistic that even with that, we're likely only talking about, maybe, to throw out a number, 5 of these lots being developed in the next 5 years, if we're lucky. And so part of the other thing with the enforcement piece of this is a poorly maintained parking lot, unfortunately, is not the worst case scenario anymore downtown. There was a time when I think that would have been our worst case scenario, but we've now seen that we're in an economic reality right now where even without parking revenue, these lots still are not being developed. So simply aiming to shut down unpermitted lots, I think, then we end up with more of these vacant lots with no positive social or economic activity taking place on those lots of any kind. And we have a couple of those too, which I'm sure you're all well aware of. And those are actually significantly worse for downtown vibrancy in the public realm and the economy and all those things. So shutting down the lots as an enforcement outcome, I think is almost a worst case scenario here. So I also just want to be really clear about our position on that. Of course, that does make it challenging though, because the status quo is also not acceptable. And I think we agree on that. So in deciding on a course of action, I urge committee members to think about getting creative in how we can utilize both the proverbial stick and a carrot to find ways to issue short-term permits to all of the surface parking lots downtown, perhaps setting out achievable and reasonable minimum maintenance requirements to get those permits, including safety considerations such as minimum lighting standards and level ground. And then to get us, hopefully one step above that, to perhaps consider some sort of a targeted incentive out of the Downtown Vibrancy Fund, perhaps, to think about enhanced improvements to the lots that would actually add to the green space and amenities downtown, and maybe get us something more than just, barely acceptable surface parking lots, which I fully understand is not a best case scenario for anyone. But I just think we have to be really realistic. And what I'm hearing and seeing from administration is that our options are to be somewhat measured and targeted, or to essentially do nothing because it's expensive and complicated and all of these things. So I think if we can be sort of conciliatory in how we approach this, we can hopefully get to some improvements that everyone just feels, even if it's just marginally better about, something that we all feel marginally better about, and that our downtown is better off. And a bit of a side note just for consideration that's relevant to the EDBA here. I just thought committee members would find it interesting that on our member list for downtown, technically each parking lot is its own business. And we only have 45 businesses, levy-paying businesses that are surface parking lots downtown. So that means that all these unpermitted lots, like if we go with the status quo, they're not contributing anything. They're paying bare minimum property taxes on their lot, but they're not contributing to the BIA. And that's roughly, I would estimate, at least $40,000 in revenue that we as the EDBA are missing out on right now, because these lots are not permitted and don't have business licenses and aren't being counted as businesses. So that would be really lovely if we could sort this out and we could at least have all of these property owners contributing to their BIA. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I apologize to our speakers. We're going to have to take our break now. So if you're able to come back and join us at 1:30, we'll move directly to questions of you. Thank you all so much for being here this morning and joining us this afternoon as well. We're now on recess until 1:30. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We are live from River Valley Room.
Thank you so much. I'm delighted to call this meeting back to order. I'll start with a quick roll call of committee members. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Mayor Sohi.
I'm here.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Rutherford. I'm not sure if she'll be able to join us. Also joining us in River Valley Room, Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
And online, we have Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
And that is all. So we had just finished hearing from our speakers on item 7.2. Thank you all so much for sticking with us. You're welcome to come back up if you're here in person. If you're online, you can stay as you are. And I'll go now. I'll just ask my colleagues to sign up and we will take questions of our speakers. Okay. Okay. Councillor Tang?
Yes, thank you all so much for being patient and stay over lunch and come back for Q&A. Appreciate that. Maybe I'll first go to you, Dawn, and to finish the thoughts you had wanted to share at the end there, and what were some of those actions or recommendations that you have?
Thank you, Councillor Tang. I've tried to give you a sense for the property, the history of the property, and more than that, the people behind the property. Because what I've seen in the media and what I've heard in the media is that the owners of these subject properties are speculators. They're looking to turn a quick buck. They're not keeping the property in a proper and sightly fashion. I've heard that from Ms. McBrien, Councillor Salvador, and Councillor Stevenson, and I'm disappointed to hear that. Every time I hear it, I'm disappointed because that's not what my family is. They have given a whole lot over decades to this city, and we find ourselves in a position whereby my 83-year-old mother is telling me, I don't know what to do. And so I have a recommendation about what you might want to do that I don't think administration has considered. There are 243 unlicensed properties. Again, they are not all speculators. They are not all investors. Some of them are families like ours. Families who are interested in selling the property but don't have enough property to make it developable, and adjacent landowners who aren't willing to sell and consolidate land for the purpose of development. So I have already approached the development branch about the city, and I recognize that the city may be in imminent danger of insolvency, but we're certainly looking for someone in the city to come to us and say, let's talk. Take it over. Do what you will with it. Make it a park. Make it a sightly venue, which is what seems to be the goal of all of this.
So you're suggesting for the city to purchase the land?
I'm suggesting that the city should get to know these landowners and see where there are opportunities to do something with the landowners, whether it's purchase or do some sort of joint venture or what have you. But I think you need to know who you're dealing with.
Yeah, and I think in the report they talk about some of the conversation that has been had and some of the challenges, especially for those who want to turn their lot into a developable project. Some of those conversations have emerged, the challenges for why those decisions are not taken. But you're suggesting kind of a broader net engagement and conversations with the landowners.
Right, and I know that a very small number of landowners were consulted with respect to administration's report, and 4 of the parking operators were consulted. I think that's great. But everyone's resources, including the cities, are thin. I understand that. But where expressions of interest, such as that which I'm making to you today, are made, we'd like to think that there would be some follow-up. We'd like to think that there'd be a discussion. To work together and brainstorm and find out how we can make this work. We don't want to be tarred with any sort of negative brush because we're a landowner with a surface parking lot in the downtown core.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I appreciate the reminder to always think about the people and maybe humanize, effectively is what I'm hearing from you, humanize the kind of the story that's been broadcasted out there in the media a bit.
It's important to know that our taxes on that small lot of 11,250 square feet are just over $40,000. The revenue from parking is just slightly greater than that. We've got expenses for insurance, we've got expenses for accounting, we're treading water. Okay? We're not making a whole bunch of money on this. Is there a higher and better use? There absolutely is. We don't have right now a mechanism to find that higher and better use, and we're hoping the city will partner with us.
Can I just, please educate me on this, and maybe I missed something there. So your lot is one of the unlicensed one. Over the years, what prevented you from getting the license?
Well, first of all, I can tell you that I didn't know it was unlicensed until about 16 months ago when my dad passed away.
Fair enough.
And I made an approach to try to get a license. I couldn't. I needed a development permit first before I got a license. I couldn't get a development permit. There's nobody who's going to develop the land. So I was told we wouldn't be provided with a license. We wanted to comply. We're rule followers. And that's why I'm here, because I'm told we're not following the rules and we want to follow the rules. So again, we're trying to find a solution. That's why I'm here wanting to work with the city on behalf of my mother.
Yep, appreciate that. Thank you. I don't know if Jacob is still online.
Hi, yes.
Thank you very much for some very interesting ideas. I'm wondering, in your research around the land value tax system, did you kind of take a look at our own taxation legislation and framework in Alberta and Edmonton?
Yeah, to be honest, I kind of had a short heads up that this was happening, and I kind of threw it together last night. So I'm hoping that
that's
it was okay. But I'm under the impression that any changes to taxation would require approval from the province and would require advocacy at that level.
Yeah, and I think, yeah, absolutely. I think that's a fairly sizable, discussion there. While I think it's a very interesting idea, I don't know if it's feasible for some immediate solution. But I really appreciate you sharing that, and thank all of you for coming out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. No, you did just fine. Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, thank you so much for first of all, sharing your family story and sharing the kind of difficult situation that your mom is in, and your willingness to actually follow the rules to get the license. And so, what can you explain to me over the last 18 months that you've been trying to do this? Like, what specific challenges are you facing with the city?
Well, first of all, the biggest challenge, Mayor Sohi, is to follow the rules. We can't get a permit and therefore can't get a license. We want to follow the rules. I guess and I'll be quite candid, and I don't mean to go off topic, COVID certainly changed the downtown. Less people are in offices, and those people are no longer traveling downtown as they did before. There are less cars, so the parking lot is less busy and less economically viable than it otherwise was, based upon the records that I looked at prior to my father's passing. So that's another challenge, and I spoke to it a moment ago in the sense that it's not economically viable. We are treading water. We keep thinking and talking, my mother and I, about what can we do to make this a better space? And we're running out of ideas, and that's the challenge. We don't see how we can do this on our own. And that's why I come here today hoping that the city will agree to work with us.
No, I appreciate that that collaborative approach you're suggesting, right? And also us having a better understanding about the ownership of these properties. Because I also hear from, and I know that from experience, like not experience, personal experience, but talking to people and listening to our administration on various other reports that land ownership, particularly in the quarters area, is pretty fragmented, right? So it's not in the capacity of one developer or owner to assemble and then do something, even if market conditions allow for it to develop. No, I hear that, and I'll ask administration on the challenges that you are describing. Right, we definitely want you to comply. Right, you're willing to comply.
Right.
I think it's also not fair to parking lot owners who are complying and others who are not complying. I think we just need to make sure that everyone follows the rules. Right? Yeah.
And we'd love to be able to follow them.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yes. Speaker Anderson, if we had, I hear about development incentives, and I believe that we should be exploring options, but recognizing that we have limited amount of money, and we have other challenges related to not investing enough in core services, as you heard this morning as well. Like, if you were to find some money, what would be the most effective use of those resources? Retrofitting existing buildings, conversions, or incentivizing development on vacant land in the downtown?
Well, I think those two options ideally go together, but they would probably solve different problems. So if I understand the problem correctly, that's the most serious from a taxation perspective. It's that the commercial real estate, the vacancy rate is so high that when those buildings are now trading on the open market or getting re-evaluated by banks, they're losing like half their value. And then when they lose half their value, then the assessment and taxation branch has to look at that value, and then you lose all those taxes. So one thing that conversions would do would be to take like half a dozen buildings out of the market, which would potentially solve a good portion of that vacancy rate problem and take it from about 21% to maybe about 15%, which is a lot more reasonable. And it would also have the impact of generating some housing units. Maybe the downside with conversion is that it can be more complicated. The buildings might not be as attractive. You won't get the same rents. They're just different. I mean, taking an older office building and trying to turn it into housing is not as straightforward as building from scratch. So is there a perfect formula, 75, 25, 50, 50? I don't know. But I think that we'll bring some smarter folks along on the 13th for that question.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Yeah, I just had a quick question to Mr. McGarvey, which I think I've heard you answer already. You know, I am hearing that you want to come into compliance, that you want to be contributing to the area as well. The long family history of making those contributions to the community certainly came through in your comments.
Well, again, that's why I'm here. I came here to start a conversation. I sincerely hope it doesn't stop here. And I've contacted the development branch and very much hope to hear from them or their colleagues to continue this conversation so we can come into compliance and maybe set an example for some of the other landowners who are the subject of this particular report.
Yeah, and you know, I think for me, I think there's a balance between, you know, sort of coming into compliance means enabling this under zoning potentially. So I think there's a bit of a give and take there about the implications of that approach. But overall, again, I'm hearing that you want to be doing the right thing by your community, more or less. Great. And just wondering if you've connected. So you mentioned talking to the development group. Anyone from sort of the downtown vibrancy area?
No, I did try to reach out to Ms. McBrien a couple of times, and I have not heard back from her.
Okay, well that's great. I think, you know, following up from this, we can follow up a bit offline and just see what other folks we can connect you to internally. But really appreciate you being here today and sticking with us all morning and
terrific.
Afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel?
You were fast. So again, to Mr. McGarvey, so maybe in summary, what I'm hearing is that the parking more or less pays the taxes, maybe a little bit more. You can't get permitted. If if getting permitted meant doing some improvement to the parking lot, but keeping it as a parking lot, is there a middle ground that's available, do you think?
Sure. I mean, we literally, Councillor Carmel, we haven't discounted anything. We're happy to improve the property. We want it to look better. So that's certainly on the table and willing to do that sort of thing.
Would your preference be to develop it or to sell it to someone who would develop it? Like, what do you have a preference, or do you?
Well, first of all, we've tried. We've tried in the sense that we've got 11,250 square feet. That's not developable. We are told by realtors, commercial realtors, we've told by a number of developers that I've spoken to personally.
Do they, maybe just on that, do they tell you why it's not developable? I mean, the implication is that it's not a big enough area.
It's not a big enough space. And I then approached the Masonic Temple leadership. They were not interested in having us purchase that property and doing a land consolidation for development purposes. Property to the north is also an unlicensed parking lot. They are not interested, at least not at the price that they're asking for. I guess we are not interested at the price they're asking for, to be more proper. What is our preference? Our preference is to do the right thing. And if the right thing means selling this legacy property, we'll do it. Recognizing, and this is pretty important, recognizing that the cost base of that property is about $50 or $100, considering it was purchased in 1929. The appraised value is just south of $2 million as of January of 2023. The tax hit on that is going to therefore be enormous. And if we have to sell it, we have to sell it, as long as that's the right thing to do in all of the circumstances. So it's tough to answer your question because we don't know all the options that are available. We want to come and continue to come with an open mind and just do the right thing and get it done. My mother doesn't want to deal with this anymore. And I'm happy to continue to take it on, but we've got an obligation to the city. We've always felt we had an obligation to the city, and we want to fulfill that obligation.
So reading it, in the report that it would seem that the goal of the city, and very generally stated, would be to see this property developed into to have a building on it that would be, productive in some way. And so the market says that that's not viable, that's not doable, at least not just with this one property all by itself.
Correct.
Getting the operation that you're operating, the parking lot, getting a license is not permitted. You're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. So the only other thing you could do would be to simply shut down the parking lot and keep paying the taxes.
Well,
notwithstanding the
and certainly that is an option, but that isn't a viable option in my view, because I personally won't allow that lot to become a derelict property. If the city was to shut us down, I'd be standing at the ready to take down tents, to be honest with you.
Right.
That property means too much to me and my family. I won't see it go into that condition. And I don't think Vibe wants to run a campground, quite frankly.
Have we missed anything? Like, it just seems like there's that you're between a rock and a hard place.
You've identified that, and that's bang on. We don't know which way to turn, except to the city to try to partner in some fashion.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carmel. I'm not seeing anyone else on the board, so thank you again so much for being here, and I'll have you step back so that our administration delegation can come up. Colleagues, please sign up with your questions. Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Over to you.
Thank you so much. So do we have a good understanding of all these vacant parking lots, around the ownership? Are they kind of individually owned, as you heard from one of the speakers, or are they owned by big companies, or are they owned by people who are holding land for speculation? Could you have a good understanding of the ownership of these?
It's really a mix. So some of them are owned by big landowners in the core, and some of them are owned by mom and dads and small landowners. It's a mix across. Mm-hmm. Depends on the size of the lot too, but yeah.
Yes, because I know when we were going through the CRL for quarters, and during that time we heard that one of the challenges that we will face to redevelop that area was that fragmented ownership and not able to consolidate, right? So and not trying to figure out how we tackle these issues and have more in-depth conversations with the landowners, like what are the options available. I'm not interested as being landowners, right? I think that's a significant risk for the city, right? And that risk is with you, obviously with families, right? So and the owners. Have we explored some options around creating some sort of a working group, right, that will work with landowners, try to understand the complexity of the challenges, then try to figure out, okay, what's the best way to move forward, right? And getting a license is one thing. Yes, yeah, absolutely, they should be complying. Who are not complying should be complying in compliance. But for the future, for the sake of the downtown, for the sake of the economy, tax base, right, and all the vision that we have, right, have we tried something different?
So we haven't explored working directly with landowners to get them to consolidate as part of the preparation of the report. I don't know if that's gone on anywhere else in the organization, but we could. We're definitely open to ideas, and the city is a large landholder, so we do have conversations with our neighboring landowners from time to time about potential opportunities. Right. But we haven't done so deliberately and with purpose as part of this report.
Yeah, because I'm sorry, Kim.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to add that from a policy perspective, we have really strong, clear policy that we are looking to see these sites develop, and that we don't want to see parking lots, surface parking lots. And so we're caught between the tension of they're existing, but there's not an ability to get a permit because the zoning and the policy direction doesn't allow for it.
So say that again. So they can't get permits?
It's challenging to get a permit because the policy within the Capital City Downtown Plan or the other areas within the study don't allow for surface parking lots. Okay, so the only way to do it would be to change our policy approach or to look at site-specific.
To develop these parcels.
Correct.
Right? Okay. I think that goes to the bigger challenge then, right? If our policies say we need to develop these sites and development is not happening, market forces absolutely important. But if you heard from one of the landowners, like if they're unable to do that, and maybe we need to have a different approach. Maybe different approach with who are businesses that have resources and the know-how and as well as the capacity, but not the individual home owners, right? Mom and pop, as you described, right? So how do we what do we need to do that we actually get to that development, right?
So, Mayor Sohi, in 2024, on part of our plans is to look at refreshing the Capital City Downtown Plan, and that's where I would expect us to be having those exact conversations as part of that refresh moving forward for our downtown.
Okay. Sorry, Kim.
Mr. Mayor, if the question is looking at, so what do we do now? The report looks at a number of options in terms of the path to either incentivize and see redevelopment or, other opportunities, whether it's we purchase land or we temporarily activate. What's not in the report is the option or exploring, how do you maybe temporarily permit permits with perhaps conditions or expectations, and I think maybe Councillor Cartmel had asked the speaker that question. But that wasn't what we contemplated in the report because the motion was really looking at how we start to
No, I
phase out
understand, I
parking.
understand.
Yeah.
It was narrow.
But there's some thinking we can do around that if that was the direction committee and council wanted to
I'll be
go.
interested in some sort of working group. So, okay, thank you. Sorry.
No, that's all right. Councillor Cartmell?
Thank you. Mr. Zabel, I have a question for you in a minute. So I guess the question is there some sort of middle ground? Like, I know we don't necessarily want to start granting development permits on the condition that investments are made to make them pretty, make them, add the landscaping, add the this, add the that, because that speaks to some permanency, and then they're not getting developed. It's a 15 or 20 year, 25 year thing. Is there some middle ground that says, look, put in a few temporary planters, put in, the minimum amount of temporary infrastructure, we'll give you a permit for 5 years, and start looking for a way out, because after 5 years it won't be renewed, because it's kind of rich to have a report, and I'm cherry picking, I admit that, but the statements that have been made are landowners are buying and holding as a strategy to build high rises. There's 240 parking lots that don't have permits. It paints a pretty negative picture when some people are in a place where they can't move. Is there a middle ground here that we can, not forever, but for now, have some parking lots?
So, Councillor Carmel, Travis Pollock here. So there's a long history to parking downtown, as you know, and the notion of not being able to get a permit, or the rezoning not supporting it, or the policy within the downtown not supporting it, was a stopgap measure in 2010 for the new planning downtown plan, which essentially didn't allow any new ones. So if you have a problem, the first thing to do is to stop making the problem worse.
Stop digging.
Yeah. So that's what our current policy framework is in. Obviously now we hear that the path to permitting is not there. That was intentional. But now that there's a gap there, that maybe there's a recognition between council and administration that these aren't going anywhere. We can't, through regulation, spur redevelopment. So is there an option to allow the existing ones to improve itself to a certain level and provide that path to permitting? There is, but we just have to recognize that there are some complexities and issues that come along with that.
And it takes some direction to change some policy.
Correct.
Is it fair to say that part of the problem we have in the quarters is that that's part of a CRL? And so there's a very clear stated intention that we want to see development, which has inflated the perceived value of that property by the people that own it, which is essentially paralyzing any kind of move. Might not be the whole reason, but it's certainly part of the reason, right? If I'm holding a piece of property in the quarters, and I know that the plan is to redevelop that, and that's going to be the great big new subdivision at the edge of downtown, well, I'm holding on, because what it's worth now is not what it's worth when it all gets consolidated. Isn't that working against us a bit?
So the quarters itself has another long history through fragmentation and consolidation and fragmentation again. The zoning, when the last time it was done, we did see a large increase in market value when we went through and did the planning for the area and basically earmarked it for downtown number 2, so to speak. So there was a large uptick in value, and that made it harder to consolidate. It's also impossible for a city to force consolidation.
Exactly.
We can't do that.
Unless we buy it.
Unless we buy it. And obviously resources are constrained. Yeah.
So I'm a little worried about that we go out into the community and say, okay, no more parking lots be gone, everything here is going to be developed, everything here is going to be high value real estate in the downtown core, and people that do have remnants might say, oh, well, if that's the case, then I want my value. I want to get as much out of this as I can, and I'm going to sit on it until somebody gives me premium dollar. Are we working against ourselves here with these very clear, loud stated intentions?
I think downtown market values for the land itself are in recognition of what that potential build is right now. The understanding of the land market is that it's not priced per the zoning, it's priced per what they think they can build. And right now that going rate is a 30-story tower downtown.
Right, which means nothing's getting built.
Until the economics make sense to build that tower.
Right. I'm out of time. Sorry, Mr. Zabo, but I do have a question.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Okay, well, maybe I'll ask some taxation questions. Okay, can you just talk to me a little bit about the taxes, property taxes on these lots? So the 30 that are licensed, they're taxed as business? Yes.
So there'd be a distinction there between the business taxes, which only relate to the business improvement areas. We don't otherwise do business tax, and then the property tax associated with these properties. Property tax, I didn't get a chance to kind of look into detail. I was just quickly looking before, as the conversation was going just now. I mean, there, as was said before, it's market value of highest and best use typically, or what we're seeing the market will sell these for, or what limited sales we have in those areas. Often they aren't properly consolidated, so you're still looking at these original subdivided residential lots, and each of those is currently assessed in the range of about $300,000 to $350,000 a pop at non-residential tax rates. So you take maybe 6 or 7 of those in a row, you're looking at $1 million, $2 million in assessed value. Is what currently the situation is for those accounts.
And I think in the presentation, yes, it was in the presentation, there was a comment made about sort of this distinction between vacant versus improved lot for taxation purpose, right? And so those apply to that 246 lots.
Yeah, so there's this, I think this was discussing the difference between our different tax rates and our ability to assess have different assessment classes. When we start talking about our abilities to use one or the other, this is probably getting into some legal territory that we might suggest going to private to discuss.
Oh, okay. I'll park that for now then. I won't go down that path. I guess just want to pick up on some of the stuff that Mr. McGarvey was talking about earlier. So when there is people who are willing and interested, do we have a process to work with them at the moment? Because it sounds like currently there is not much interaction. I don't know if someone can speak to that.
To your question, willing and able to consolidate or to develop?
To explore.
Development.
To explore options.
So within the development permitting side of things and also through rezoning, we do have opportunities to connect with. If people come to us, they can ask for application meetings and we can talk about the opportunities and paths forward for them. But that would be if they were looking to develop on their land.
Right. And I think it sounds like it's very difficult to develop on these land, to have that conversation. But I think
I would say that it depends on what they're looking to develop. Obviously, if you have a smaller parcel, your opportunities for what you can develop on it will be perhaps less than if you were part of a bigger, larger consolidated parcel. But there are always opportunities to explore development on land. You just may not have that ability to build a high rise on a smaller parcel, but there will be opportunities for you to develop that land.
Right. I don't feel that answer necessarily answers some of the questions that came out of the previous speakers' concerns and about just wanting, kind of being stuck and not having necessarily a sounding board or someone to kind of just talk about options.
Councillor Tang, what I would offer is our business-friendly Edmonton team is probably a good place to start,
Okay.
depending on what these lot owners want to do. We can point them in the right direction, whether it's to an existing incentive program or other regulatory pieces we could take a look at. That would be a good start because, again, it depends what they're looking for.
I think that's a pretty, anyways, just to the speaker, that's one avenue to definitely follow up on. And then I might come back. I have some questions about your jurisdictional review and then some of the feedback from stakeholders, some of the smaller pieces. And maybe a quick question. Out of the permitted lots, how many have actually done the landscaping and safety audits? Do you have a sense of that? No?
It would depend on when the permit was issued. They would have had to be in compliance with whatever the regulations were at that time.
Okay. Okay, no, I'll stop here.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. I'll go to Councillor Salvador next.
Yeah, thanks so much. Maybe I'll just start with some questions around...
Do you mind just leaning in a bit further? Thank you.
There we go. Yeah, I'll just start with some questions around, I guess, the language in the original motion around phase out. I guess I'm not seeing a set of options for how to proceed with a phase out. I'm seeing sort of a status quo approach, or an approach that could, you know, taken to an extreme, see all the parking lots shut down. And I don't think that's what any of us want. I think, to Councillor Cartmell's point, looking for that middle ground, looking for that interim solution, recognizing that there are market forces at play, but what tools do we have within our tool belt to be able to at least raise that bar a little bit as it relates to the state of these properties. So in terms of questions, are we able to introduce any sort of like fines, fees, just, yeah, walk me through that. I know it was mentioned in the report, but I'm trying to get a handle on what the extent of that would be, and what any sort of fine or fee approach could look like.
So from the compliance perspective, we do have opportunities to issue tickets on all of these properties for a lack of a development permit and or business license. It is a large-scale problem, and so to tackle it in an equitable manner, you would want to go about it where you're addressing all of them and you have a timeline to address, because just to choose one and start from there will be, and choose to enforce on one and not the other isn't equitable. So that is why the concept of phasing out through enforcement wasn't explored. It would be putting forward a focused approach for the enforcement.
And I guess I'm trying to get a better handle on what the resourcing requirements for that would be. I know it was mentioned in the presentation that there would need to be additional resources. To be honest, I don't quite see that. So please walk me through that. In my mind, would it not be as simple as, you know, sending a notice of non-compliance, fines? Help me.
Sure. So we would take the initial list that we have and we would do our research on that list and confirm fully and completely that there was non-compliance and understand the property history. So there would be the research component. We would send the letter out, and in sending the letter out, there would be an expectation that we would be following up on the letter in a timely manner. That letter would be some form of enforcement notice. It would likely start with zoning, because that is where the main challenge is. Once the letter is out, we now have to respond to upwards of 275 responses back. And so then those responses back would be looking at what their options are and if they're going to start to proceed through the permitting process. If they don't reply, we would then be moving towards the enforcement of the ticketing. So then we'd be doing the tickets. And then each ticket has the opportunity for follow-up for another ticket and possibly going to court and having officers at court as well. So I understand that we sometimes think we can send out the letter, but the letter creates the resource and the churn as we move through it. And we would want to follow up on that letter fully and completely, because again, if we're not going to follow up on the letter, why would we send the letter in the first place?
Okay, well, I have a minute left. I'll probably come back to that in the second round. But just for another question, are we able to introduce anything like, I don't know, a quota of licenses where right now we have the full, whatever it is, 245, and maybe over a period of years we can scale that down? Like, has that been contemplated? I'm just looking for any sort of creative options that might not have necessarily made it into the report but might have been considered in the background. Was there anything like that contemplated?
So we haven't contemplated that. The one challenge with creating a quota is then you create false value to that permit or that license above and beyond the market value of the land. So we can explore that. We do have quotas for a vehicle for hire industry, but that can create other challenges where you are imposing a limit on the market.
Yeah, and just providing that as an example, but I will look at my time and come back for another round, but thanks for those answers.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Salvador, and I'll build on from there. So again, just wanting to understand the business license process. So do we need a municipal enforcement officer to send out the notices?
Yes, the business licensing is undertaken through the MEOs, and the MEOs would then send out the letters, and with that, there would be the expectation of the enforcement and the ticketing.
And sorry, just so I understand, so if a ticket was sent out, that's an MEO that's sending that out, not an administrative?
It would depend on the approach that we take. I know that there was some consideration of could we do this through business licensing, but ultimately we should be leading through the development compliance team, because in order to gain compliance, you need to have a development permit. So in order to get a business license, you need a development permit.
So I guess let's start with that premise. So there's a number of different avenues I could see. So the first is that we could be very strict and just say there's no path to compliance. We are not going to amend our zoning bylaw. You will not be able to get a development permit. There's no path to compliance.
Councillor, if I just might interject, there is a path to compliance if the landowner were to undertake a rezoning, which would eventually come to council for their consideration.
Sure. So that's always under their purview, but we will not do anything proactive to enable them to come into compliance. So then what are the implications of that, just to start from?
So depending on how the land is zoned and whether or not it is a use, the landowner can apply for a development permit. If it isn't a listed use, it's a refusal and it cannot go to SDAB. So we would enforce and we would ticket, and at that point we may even look at mitigation measures to take this all the way to court.
But let's say we didn't want to do that. Maybe I'll start by saying that for me, the situation is as it is, right? This is a legacy of many decades, and it's not, I think it's very well put out in the report that we can't take this head on, I don't think, from an enforcement approach. I think that was well articulated. For me, there are two components that continue to have a negative impact in our community. The first is the fact that they aren't paying a BIA levy, so that's lost investment in our downtown. That is an unequal playing field for the service parking lot providers that have gotten licensing. I think the other piece is, the quality of the land and what that looks like. So let's just set aside the quality of the land right now. We do have the unlicensed businesses that have lower operating costs by virtue of the fact that they're not paying for a business license and they're not paying for a BIA levy. Would a fine be a mechanism, so a fine for not having a business license be a mechanism to create that financial equity amongst the different players? Recognizing that wouldn't be the purpose of applying the fine, but just from a logical approach.
So we could fine those that do not have a business license. You would have to act on the number of different steps that Lila outlined, not around development compliance, but around the business license, that if they were operating without a business license, we'd send them a notice to comply, and then we would fine them typically double for their first offense, and then double that for their second offense.
And that could be applied on an annual basis, let's say. There's nothing set out about how frequently.
It could be applied in any frequency we want, but there needs to be a balance of risk in terms of the ability to challenge it. However, the way the bylaws are set up is that one is kind of sort of dependent on the other one, which is in order to get the business license, you need the permit, the development permit. And that path to compliance there, which there is there through council, through rezoning.
Well, I mean, I wonder about the other. So again, I'm not sure I understand why we need to provide a path to compliance, and happy to come around. That's a bigger philosophical question. But I'm wondering if there's other options in terms of creating an exemption in our business license bylaw that you can get a business license without a DP for this specific business type. I see law coming up.
Apologies for the shuffle.
No,
Christina
it's
Christina
okay. We can
Hodgson
take up
Musso.
some of those chairs too. if you like.
I'm the lawyer for business licensing. The reason that we have that set up the way that it is because zoning is the first decision that needs to be made as to whether an activity is permitted on the land. If we were to change that precedent within the bylaw itself, there's a number of unintended consequences, including for an appeal purpose.
Okay, we'll have to come back to that. I just want to be mindful of my own time, but would love to pick up on that thread. We'll go for a second round. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. Perhaps to Mr. Szabo, I'm really struggling with the chain of logic
You can
here.
use those
You can
chairs
use these
too.
chairs here if the delegation wants to. Yeah, come to these chairs. You're more than welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
So as part of the conversation today, there is an assertion, perhaps a presumption, that we have significant vacancy rates downtown, that the value of the buildings downtown are diminishing, and therefore our tax revenue from those buildings will also diminish proportionally. Is that happening?
So I think it's a question of whether you're talking about the building specifically or the city's tax revenues. The city's tax revenues are not impacted by the change in value of any specific building, but the contribution of an individual building as their value decreases will also decrease.
Yeah, so let's talk about the contribution of individual properties. I think that everybody knows that's what we're talking about. The city can decide what revenue it wants and go take it. We all know that, right? So is the contribution of these buildings diminishing because their property value is diminishing?
Depending on what the amount is, it can happen, yes.
Are we seeing a trend?
There's been a decline in the office valuation in the last few years, partly due to COVID and hybrid work kind of environments that is resulting in a reduction in office values, particularly in the lower tier buildings, so the B's and C office buildings, the kind of lower value ones. They're seeing higher vacancy rates, and higher vacancy rates are typically driving down the value of those properties.
So the rule of thumb has been that the landmass downtown is responsible for 10% of the property tax revenue. Is that reasonable?
It is declining now, so it's a little bit less than that. I haven't run the numbers for the last year or so, and before that it was around 9%, including CRL revenue. So that's including that amount, not just the amount that's going to the property tax base.
Right. So if property taxes go up, then their taxes will go up too, but as a proportion of the overall tax revenue, if it goes down, then there's the potential that we're getting a transfer of contributions to other tax classes and other building forms.
So barring council direction, it stays within what we call the bucket, so non-residential properties. If one inventory, let's say the downtown office inventory, experiences a decline in property values, that gets redistributed to all other non-residential property within the city of Edmonton.
So not to residential, but all other non-residential.
As a baseline, council can always make a call to adjust those distributions, but that's within their control and not just due to market adjustments.
And that's the potential, and we're not sure just where we're actually at in our market yet. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, so we're still in the process of developing our values for next year. We will probably be working with our colleagues in finance to have an update for you during the next finance conversation.
Because we determine those as of July 1st and then issue notices end of January.
Correct. Valuations July 1st, but now this is the time where we take all that data that we've put together and developing those values for January 1st development of those assessment values.
Thank you. So going back to the conversation around fines, I think what I'm hearing, I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, but I think what I'm hearing is there are properties, let's presume there's at least some properties that are in the same position as our speaker. And those people want to be compliant, but they can't, because they can't get a development permit and therefore can't get a business license. So as I'm hearing it, we would say to those people, you're not compliant. They might say, I would love to be compliant. We're going to say no. And by the way, here's your fine. And you can expect another one next year for double, and another one beyond that for double that. And the justification for that is they're not paying into the BIA pot, and they're not paying into the business license pot. So this is a way of equalizing the revenue. Would it not just be better to find a way to allow them to be compliant, at least for a little while, and then once they're in the family, we can actually regulate them, as opposed to them being always outside of the walls of the regulation?
That's an option, Councillor Cartmell. We'd need direction to facilitate that, but yes, there is a path to that unless each individual landowner advanced a rezoning application to allow for parking.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of getting at the tail end of my questions around, really having that conversation. This is actually very enlightening conversation around, sometimes we feel that people are holding to the land for speculative purposes. Like even if they want to be compliant, they can't be compliant because of our own policies, right? And I think it is very, I would say, wouldn't be, if our own policies are in the way of them being compliant, and our expectation is that those parcels be developed, but market conditions don't allow, or is too small to develop. I think, I don't see how effective would it be to find people to change. I'm just trying to understand, so I'm really struggling with this. So at the same time, we want to move forward on our city plan, about our ambitions about downtown and developing. So that's why I'm interested in if administration is open to having conversations and creating some sort of table for particularly mom and pop type of landowners to have those conversations with you, come up with some solution that might be workable.
Mr. Mayor, understood and recognize the tension and challenges here between, existing parking lot owners and our policy direction. If committee wanted to direct administration to kind of bridge that tension and find a path forward, we can help put together a motion that would do that. If the outcomes we're looking for is around downtown vibrancy, safety and security, and a more beautiful city, perhaps there's a path to allow for some temporary parking allowance with an expectation around minimum standards, and that might be trees and lighting and things like that. So
I don't know what that solution be, right?
Yeah.
Or what compromise or flexibility needs to be created. But I'm interested in giving you that direction. I hope committee, with approval of the committee, to have that conversation. So if you could help draft something that will meet that intent. Oh, can you hear me? Oh, I'm so sorry. Somebody told me I was very loud this morning. Yeah, so if you could help me craft that, the wording of that motion that then committee can consider. Yeah, okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, I think there's lots been brought up around sort of an alternative, even short-term temporary solution to ensure that those who do want to comply can do so and not necessarily stuck. But I was going to go back to you, Christina, to finish that thought around some of the unintended consequences. Well, in this case, you were talking about exemption, but if it's not an exemption, but more like a temporary short-term license, in some very, in this particular case. Thoughts around that?
So if we were to get a temporary zoning permission, you could get a business license. That would be permitted. The issue for us right now with business licensing is under Section 6 Sub 2 of the business license bylaw, we can't even consider your application complete until we have zoning permission. So until we get some sort of approval, we can't even start to look at your application to issue you a business license.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like there needs to be maybe some further just think through of this whole conversation, and potentially a motion to direct that work could work out some of these details. I'm also just wondering, just in terms of some of the other municipalities and what they've been doing a little bit, Kelowna has the municipally owned parkades that's more economical compared to the lots as a way to kind of like make it less attractive for people to keep their lots. I'm just curious if that's been contemplated in the past.
Yeah, we haven't looked at, for this report, what Edmonton has considered in the past in terms of operating like a parking authority, like Calgary does, where you're competing directly with the landowners for parking. Certainly that offers opportunities to outcompete them and have a nicer lot to park at and incent that way.
And right, to encourage them
to encourage them.
use that lot for some other purpose.
Yeah, exactly. Edmonton's history with that we haven't done that. We haven't gone down that road. And we could, but that wasn't, the motion was to phase out surface parking. Calgary does actually operate surface parking lots as part of their authority in addition to parkades.
Yeah. And then in Montreal, do you know how effective were they with that tax hike on surface lots?
I don't. I'd have to go back and look at the effectiveness.
Even though taxation was not recommended as part of the report.
Yeah, correct. I'd have to go back and look at Montreal in more detail.
And then this is a really small detail in the engagement feedback, but some of the stakeholder, I think, operators would comment. What are some of the maybe the low-hanging fruit that they could do is these single point app to coordinate parking. And the report actually noted that was interesting. None of them kind of mentioned some of the free market solutions out there, like Zipstall and that kind of stuff. And were they looking to the city to do that coordination?
I don't believe they were looking at the city to do that. I think they were looking for the city to be involved in that as part of the process. But I will follow up and find out exactly and get that to you.
Because I do think there's lots of ideas out there that are currently in practice that could address a lot of the concerns that emerged during your engagement as well. And I encourage your team to kind of maybe help people navigate some of that. It sounds like lack of awareness or whatever. Anyways, that's a pretty small thing, not necessarily tied to the conversation here, but I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Yeah, well, I will carry on with my line of questioning. So I think maybe just to frame some of my questions is that I think that this is a very unique challenge, a very unique situation in our community, and I'm really just interested in exploring all possibilities, really understanding what room we have to maneuver, because I think that what the report clearly showed is that the zoning restrictions have been very successful at preventing new lots from opening. So I have a lot of nervousness around opening that up because I think it's been shown to be successful, and so that's the door I'm afraid of opening, but I think there are some other ways to get to that. So maybe just starting again from that higher level question, do we have an obligation to provide a path to compliance? Is there any legal requirement?
Leila Ramaswamy with Legal Services. The MGA actually has a provision that enables the city to not enforce if it chooses not to.
But does it say that we can only enforce in instances where people can become compliant?
So what I would say is that there's always options for compliance, but whether we want those options. So in this scenario, we could enforce and they could do a rezoning and they could invest the money in rezoning, gain permission that way. Or they could become compliant by not operating, just stopping operations.
Or they could pay a $500 fine.
So I will ask my legal colleagues, but it's my understanding that ticketing without kind of an end date and without follow-up is not appropriate.
So paying a fine does not mean you're now in compliance.
Oh, no, not at all.
So just to clarify what you meant on that point.
It would just be paying a fine in the same way that, well, yeah, if I had a speeding ticket, I would pay that fine. One would hope that I would change my behavior, but I may speed again and be subject to another speeding ticket.
Correct. So the difficulty with the use in this case is technically every single day that you operate is another day that you're in non-compliance. So technically the city could issue you another fine. The issue with that is obviously once we start issuing bucket loads of fines, not only is that extremely difficult from a resourcing perspective, but those fines take their time to make their way to court as well, where a person does have their right to a fair hearing. So we do have to be very careful with the number of fines that we issue. Also, when we set fine amounts, we are very careful with the number we set a fine amount at, in that it's supposed to be regulatory and not punitive. So it's a very careful balance from a prosecutorial perspective as to how we enforce and how often we enforce. Otherwise, it does become punitive rather than regulatory.
Right. No, and I think that's an excellent point. And so what if there was an approach taken where, again, on an annual basis, given that business licenses are, used to be, or I think are generally renewed on an annual basis, just on an annual basis, we would assess whether a business was operating without a license. If it was not, a fine would be issued once a year. What are the implications of that?
I don't think that that's necessarily a problem from an enforcement perspective, because if you're doing it for all businesses across the board, it is fair. It's not too overzealous in terms of enforcement. But I would question why we would continue with that route. We have the option to escalate enforcement through stop orders and those sorts of things. So if we're wanting to collect revenue, in a sense, through these fines, because that's what we feel we're missing out on, there's a very different way to do that. It's not through fines. Fines go into the general pool and not through a specific pool. So it would, I think if we were to proceed through that, there could be an option for a question as to why we're proceeding in that direction rather than using one of the more applicable tools.
What would be that applicable tool?
I think would be, does our regulation work or not? It would bring our regulation into question as to whether or not it's actually useful.
But I think that is the unique situation that we're in, because there hasn't been an application of our regulations for so many years, and there's such a history behind these sites. Like if there was another way that we could levy these properties, I would be very open to hearing that, but I'm hearing that there's limitations with taxation. We can't, like, I'm not seeing any other options other than a fine, but I'm out of my time again, and I will go to Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just pick up there. What are those other options? Like I'm also hearing that it's quite limited on the taxation front. Am I missing any other tools that might be more appropriate than fines?
Councillor, I'm Cam Ashmore from Legal Services. I'm just going to back up a step before I answer your question. We have to be a little bit careful. There are a number of sources of revenues. One of them are fines, one of them is tax, one of them is user fees, one of them is regulatory charges. You can't confuse them. And once you start confusing them, such as charging a fine that looks like a tax, you actually create an opportunity for somebody to challenge that as an illegal tax. So you have to be a little bit careful. You can use the revenue in certain ways, but you can't set the revenue to accomplish a taxation goal.
No, and that's not, I don't think that's what is being suggested. I guess from my perspective, maybe I'll go back to the limitations around charging for vacant land or creating a property tax subclass for vacant land. Like if that were an option, that would be my primary mechanism. Like I would love to go down that path. But I'm hearing that is just not on the table whatsoever. I still think, like I go back to the comments that were made by Ms. McBrien. How do we create an equitable playing field? How do we ensure that we're applying our bylaws and rules in a consistent, fair manner across the board when there's clearly actors who are not compliant?
So I think that our enforcement mechanisms are part of that, where we could go in and do this enforcement and see each one through. It's just that there may be other impacts with enforcement, and there are costs for enforcement. So we can, if we get the resources, we can definitely take this approach, and it would create that equal playing field. But again, if we don't get development on that land and those lots shut down, there may be other unintended consequences. But then it would be equitable between those who have permits and those, and everybody would have their permits.
Right. I guess, and I also feel like there's an assumption that the lots will shut down. Like, can you help me understand where that is coming from? Like, are the margins so tight that there's an assumption that this would force them to shut down, or is that the mechanism for coming into compliance that we think they would opt for?
No, I think each lot would have to make their own decisions. I think some lots would shut down. I think some lots would go through the entire enforcement process and go through the courts to see their outcomes. Some would go to SDAB, some will rezone. There were many different paths. And there may be some that we end up, if we did go through the enforcement route and saw it through to the end, we may end up taking the remediation measures where we as a city would put up the barriers to shut down the lot as ultimately a last resort as part of that enforcement process.
Okay, I'm still struggling with that, and maybe that just speaks to the messiness of the situation, but with my last minute, I want to ask a few more questions. So in the report, it did mention potential acquisitions as part of the public places plan. Where do some of these properties fall on our list of priorities for acquisitions? Like, has that work even been done, or is that not really on our radar at this point?
Without spilling the beans, to wreck the market and have those people charge higher prices, there are identified locations within the public spaces plan, the downtown public spaces plan, that have been identified, and I believe are funded. They just haven't got around to executing yet, and I don't know what year in the budget they're funded for. But. Okay.
And then I just also have a question around, from the city's perspective, when I look at our city plan, when I look at some of the plans for the quarters in particular, what are our expectations around the scale of development in the quarters? Like, I'm hearing a lot of assumptions about highest and best use, towers. That's not my understanding of what we even expect to see in the quarters. Is it not more smaller scale, like mid-rise style developments? Like, just trying to get a handle on that.
It's a variation. The quarters plan outlines a number of different sub-neighborhoods within it, and it ranges from anywhere from 4 to 10 to 30 stories.
Okay, I'm out of time. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Sorry if I missed this. The parking lots that are in compliance, how are they in compliance if they're under the same policies that are not compliant?
So it will depend on when they gain their permission. So the bylaw does change over time, and there will have been points in time where they would have been able to gain a permit, and then that permit would have lasted as long as the use lasts. They may have rezoned as well, and they may have gone through the process that exists currently and gained an approval through the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board.
Okay, I see, okay.
There are paths.
There are paths, right? And but our goal is not to create more parking lots downtown, right? So
Correct.
even if somebody wants to follow that path, they'll come to council for rezoning without, assuming how council will vote, but based on the policy, you would not recommend. Probably you would say you'll be non-stop sport, right?
Generally, yes.
And council that set the direction probably be not in support of having more parking lots, right? So it's really a dilemma. This is a struggle, and the landowners, particularly mom and pop landowners, for them, right, market conditions doesn't exist for development, right? So how do you do you think that whatever taxing tools or fines that we can come up with, would they be significant enough to move them in that direction when the market conditions are not there or the parcels are not developable until they're consolidated?
I think the parcels or the transaction of that land will happen when the price is right. And so you need to have a willing buyer and a seller there. The seller can drop their price to realize that transaction and that further development of the land. The city does not play a role in that. But in general, I think the conversation around what do we want to do with the parking lots is obviously a good one. Like, are we trying to beautify it, or are we trying to find them for non-compliance?
Yeah. Okay. I that's why I'm interested in this conversation that you can have with administration. Like, I have no sympathy for big corporations holding land for speculative purposes, right? But I have a lot of time for people like the speaker that spoke today, mom and pop landowners who are families that own land in the downtown, and how we can facilitate that conversation with them, right? And that they're able to look at options and have further conversations. So that's where I'm coming from on this, right? So yeah, okay. I'll look forward to the end of to administration if there's a wording that can we look at. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Kim?
It's coming.
Okay. No, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Jantz, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. I apologize. I had to step out to hear about the U of A's growth plans, which involved a lot of need for new housing, and I think that's the goal we're all trying to get to here. I guess I'm still, maybe let's try this a different way. There's an illegal business operating right now in a park, unpermitted, no permission. Can bylaw go and give that business a ticket?
Yes.
And we would agree that, like, if they'd been doing that for maybe 5 years or 10 years, bylaw could still go give them a ticket, right?
Yes.
And even if, like, there's 50 of them and we give a bunch of tickets, and then those tickets all have to go to the court, the backlog in the court is not the concern of city council. That's the purview of the Alberta Justice Minister, right?
It's not necessarily the backlog of the court, it's the scale of doing this work and the level of resource that we have right now for enforcement. So we can either shift our resources away from the work that we're doing right now and move it on to here, or we would ask for new resources to take this work on.
So if I walk down the street right now, could I pull out my camera and enter a 311 request for a bylaw officer to come and ticket an illegal parking lot?
You can, and that ticket would come through to our teams, and we would put it onto our list, and we would look to see if we could do some research on it, but we may not be able to enforce on it right now. As I said, we have more files to enforce on than we have the capacity with our existing resources, and so right now, our resources have been directed to our life safety issues, and that's where we put the efforts of our enforcement team. So we can redirect away, and that is a possibility, and that wouldn't require new resources, but that would redirect our current workload.
But even if a few parking, I mean, it's the same principle. We can't stop every single noisy motorcycle, but even if a few of them got tickets, word would spread through the car community that the city is serious about compliance. Because if I'm an infill developer right now and I'm, contemplating an illegal demolition, and I hear this conversation at city council, it's like, wow, like who will guard the guards? That's really what I worry about, and is most concerning to me out of this conversation is what seems either an inability to or an unwillingness to come down on some of these infractions, and I really worry about that burning goodwill with some of the other businesses who are working hard to remain in compliance.
Councillor Jans, I think through the administration's presentation, we had articulated where we established our priorities for dealing with compliance and enforcement issues, which is really around life safety, problem properties, and construction without permits. So when we have a conversation around infill and compliance there, that is a priority space that we do work in, versus the parking lots are less of a priority, only because of lack of resources in that space.
How about illegal signage on buildings or garage construction, or just maybe an illegal secondary suite?
So all of those complaints we do take in, and we do create files for them, and we do, when the file is assigned, we do our investigation and follow up on those. But we assign our files based on that priority of the life safety. So some of the illegal signage will take longer to get to than would a illegal secondary suite. And some files have been sitting on the list for many years because our resources are not at the level to address these in perhaps the manner or the expeditiousness that others may wish.
I guess I'm worried about the mom and pops who are working hard in the city, maybe renting, and then they can't even dream of owning a parking lot downtown, or like that's a lot of money to buy a parking lot downtown. Like, and now they're hearing that there's kind of, I worry about, it seems like, or an uneven application of justice, that if you're in Collingwood and you do something on your property, bylaw may come and visit you. But if you're in the quarters and you are you own a multi-million-dollar plot of land, it seems like a, help me see the fairness here. And I'm out of time, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. You know, I'm feeling like there's a lot here and a lot to talk about, and I know this might not be the best venue. I know we still have another item and speakers who are patiently waiting. So I'm just contemplating potentially tabling a referral back motion that I think could be crafted to address some of the mayor's questions and also delve into some of these a bit further. But just while I'm waiting for that to come out, maybe just a few other technical pieces for me. So I think I understood that fines can, what I'm reflecting on is that these businesses are, to the best of my knowledge, paying their property taxes. So we know how to contact them. They're dutifully paying their property taxes. I'm wondering if fines can go on property tax notices.
No.
No, even if they're in arrears or they haven't paid.
It's a completely different system. The only thing that can be put on a property tax notice or on a property tax roll is something that we have legislated authority to put on the roll. There are, in some very limited cases, certain regulatory charges that we can do that with. Fines of the nature that we're talking about are a no.
Can you tell me a bit more about regulatory charges? I'm not sure that I know what those are. Sorry. Could you tell me more about regulatory charges, like what an example of a regulatory charge is?
So a good example of a regulatory charge is a license fee. What you're doing is essentially you're creating a regulatory system that somebody has to follow. Zoning would be similar. And what you're trying to do there is you're trying to capture a fee that goes back to pay for the cost of actually running the program itself.
And so a failure to have the proper license can't be put on the tax roll.
That's a different.
It's a regulatory requirement to have a license. They don't have a license.
So to walk through that, Councillor, the cost of actually enforcing regulatory licensing can be part of the fee that you set when you set your regulatory fee. Fines are not that type of regulatory fee. They are for non-compliance of the regulatory system, and therefore it's a different category of fee.
Okay. Okay, great. Well, just with my last few minutes then, I'll just put forward you know, I might need to workshop this one a little bit. Okay, I will go, I see Councillor Paquette is on the board, so I'll go to him and then maybe just see what we can work with here. Thank you. Thanks for everyone's patience on this.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for the discussion. It's been interesting. I've had to hop in and out. It's a longer conversation than one might expect. But I've heard about the enforcement and how there's a lack of resources. And looking through the report, I'm not sure I see that described. So I'm just wondering if we can get that expanded a little bit.
So what are you looking for, the number?
Just what would be required.
So we did a high-level scoping of this, and we felt it was probably a good 2-year project at a minimum, because we would be looking at doing all these files at once for the equity purpose and to ensure that we had a comprehensive approach. Given that some files will resolve right away and others will go through the court systems, that's why you get a 2-year approach. In speaking with colleagues from different areas, so business licensing is run through community standards or enforcement, and then development compliance is run through the development services branch. It's looking like probably, preferably 4 resources in total to run this for a minimum of 2 years. But we would want to scope that out, and we would look at it through a SOBA.
Okay, and would you need a motion to scope that out, or is that work that's already being undertaken?
If we were directed to do this, yes, we would ask for a motion through SOBA, and then decisions could be made at that point.
Okay, I see. All right, next question is just, the city is pouring a lot of money over the years into revitalizing downtown. And so I'm just wondering if, again, I didn't see it in the report, the economic impact that, have we calculated what that is when we're putting in all this work in order to beautify and revitalize, and yet we've got these essentially like ugly, sterilized lots, that sort of work against all of that investment. Do we have a number on that, like what that impact might be?
We have indirect information in terms of what the impact is in terms of people returning to our downtown, businesses coming and setting up downtown. But in terms of an overall economic impact number, Councillor Paquette, no, we do not have that number.
Okay, because, but there is an impact, and that works against the people in the city of Edmonton and the dollars that we're expending in order to make downtown more attractive. So might be interesting to get sort of a high level look at that. Is that something, again, is that something you're doing? Is that something that would be required as direction from committee or council? Well, from council, I guess.
That would need to be direction from committee, only because we don't have the models currently inside the city of Edmonton to do that work, and would need to develop those models.
Okay. All right. Interesting. And yeah, because, there was one of the speakers, the point was raised about what they're doing in Detroit. They must have some sort of analysis. So I'm sure we could gather that kind of information. And last, I really sympathize with the point that Mayor Sohi made about the fact that, like, if you've got a multinational just sitting on a plot of land, I mean, how does that work in with sort of our zoning sunset clause work that we've undertaken?
So, Councillor, instead, in terms of differentiating the users or the owners, we don't view that in our zoning or regulatory frameworks. We can't differentiate between the mom and the pop and the big landowners.
Yeah.
And the big landowners, some of them may just hold land, some of them may develop or are waiting for that time to develop. So it's not possible nor legal to differentiate the two.
Okay. Yeah. Although what is possible, maybe tell me if this is possible, is you know what? That's going to be way too complicated for 30 seconds. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang?
A bit of a random question on something mentioned in the report. I wasn't gonna ask it, but just, you know what, I'll just do it because I think we need a bit additional time to finalize things up. We talked about the different development incentives and different grant programs. I was curious about the brownfield redevelopment grant because we just recently expanded that during the financial I think we just recently expanded it to different categories, right? Like, do lots access this grant typically downtown?
I'd have to go back and check and see who's actually gotten that grant in the core area. If the lot in question is eligible for the grant, that's why we included it in the report. It's certainly possible.
Right, and I'm wondering, like, what's the uptake, you know, are people actually accessing it? And now that we've expanded it to, what, categories 1, 2, 3, and 4, you know, are some of these vacant lots, for example, you know, more suited now to apply?
We could certainly try to identify that.
But that was only for remediation, not necessarily for, like,
Yeah.
beautification and that kind of stuff, if
Yeah.
they want to improve. Okay, all right, that's it. Ready?
Thank you. We could take a 5-minute recess if that helps the process.
I won't be able to come back, but anyways, I gotta go in anyways now, but I'll leave it to committee to figure this out.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Okay, let's take a quick 5-minute break. We'll put our heads together. Please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Thank you. Well sorted. We now have a motion to put on the floor, which I will put forward, and I will stand to be corrected, that the September 19th, 2023 Urban Planning and Economy Report, UPE 01557, be referred back to administration to recommend regulatory options that would advance center city vibrancy, safety, and beautification in relation to unpermitted parking lots, as well as information on options for fines that could be applied and an approach to engaging property owners of non-compliant surface parking lots. So the intent is really, again, I think this report was a very strong foundation. It did an excellent job of painting the picture of where we are right now, and sets out a lot of the complexity and challenges with the situation that we have. The idea is to build on that foundation with a few more specifics around different approaches that could balance our enforcement resources with ensuring equitable treatment of all operators. The last portion is also in response to the Mayor's desire to ensure that there are channels of communication open for property owners of non-compliant surface parking lots that may find themselves in a challenging situation, so that different options for those individuals can be fully explored and shared. I will leave it there for an introduction. Happy to take questions. And Councillor Paquette, over to you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, just in my round of questions, there were 2 points raised. One is about resources and capacity, and the other one was about understanding the economic or fiscal impact. And I'm just wondering if those are contemplated in this motion or if that would be something separate.
Sure, sir. Could you the fiscal impact? Could you just elaborate on that? Sorry.
Yeah. So in other cities, they do realize, what they realize the economic impact that these kinds of lots have. Detroit was one example that one of our speakers gave to us, and so they're making some changes that way. And also, the city of Edmonton has invested a lot of money in beautification, especially in the quarters, for example. And how does that impact our investment? If what's the difference between the empty lot and if something had been built, and how do we calculate that? We should actually know that information, I think. So does that make it clear?
Yeah, so I mean, I would clarify for myself. I think that the report provided a lot of clarity for me that the presence of a surface parking lot is not the determining factor for development potential. Development potential is driven by a lot of other forces that, we're going to be discussing development incentives and the like, but for me, it's a bit outside of the scope of what I would be interested in looking at here.
Yeah, no, and my question was just about we should know how much that's costing us as a city because it's taxpayer dollars that were invested. But no, I hear what you're saying. Yeah. But the other aspect was the enforcement. They said that there was an issue with resourcing and capacity. So I'm just wondering if we are looking at options, if those options also include the resourcing capacity.
Yeah, so that's a great question, and a clarification I would make is that the challenge here is really looking for options that minimize enforcement requirements, and maybe a question to administration that I can ask on my round, but also looking at. Again, we have a range of different types of enforcement teams. So we have downtown teams that enforce our parking regulations. Is there capacity on those teams to support in some of this work? So certainly interested, but I don't think this is asking for a full costing. Although happy to turn that question to administration.
No. It's okay. I was just curious, yeah, I don't expect you to include the entire kitchen sink motion. No worries.
Great.
If I'm really interested, I'll just do a subsequent encounter or something, or someone might want to do something.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. Thank you so much. Thanks, Councillor Paquette. I'm not seeing anyone else sign in, so happy to go to speaking to if anyone wanted to speak to this, or we can go straight to voting as well. We do have quorum, which is a good thing that I should have confirmed previously, but I think we will go to a vote. No need for me to close. Well, maybe I will just in closing say, again, really appreciate the work. I think the information that's in this report is a great starting point to understanding the scope of the problem. And it is such a vast, much more vast scope than I had anticipated. And I think for me, recognizing sort of the unique aspect of it, it's really thinking as creative as possibly about how we can see the incremental improvements that we want to be seeing in our downtown. So I look forward to this report coming back and to further conversations on this item. Thank you very much. Please vote. I am a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you very much. Thanks again, everyone, for the robust conversation on that item. We are now going to move to our third item of business, which was 7.1. So I will just confirm. Okay. We are moving to 7.1, and I will give administration a moment to get set up, and then it's over to you for a presentation. Okay, whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor. So good afternoon. So we're happy to be here today to share some information in response to a pair of motions that are related to the standards for public realm infrastructure. With me today will be Natalie Lazurko and Matthew Ivany from IIS, as well as Mark Pivovar and Travis Pollock from our UPE team. We will also be joined online with others to support questions. I'll now turn it over to Natalie that will share a presentation summarizing the report.
Thanks, Pascal. Good afternoon. The Complete Streets Design and Construction Standards, published in 2018, guide the design and construction of Edmonton's mobility network. The standards tell us how to design and build the various features that comprise our city streets and active transportation infrastructure. Sorry, next slide, please. The standards are designed to be used in making design decisions and are meant to be flexible, applied with engineering judgment, and are intended to help designers in making choices based upon the context in which they're being used. The Complete Streets Design Standards provide direction as to where features are appropriate, including the context in which they should be considered, yet remain flexible in their application, ensuring that context is considered appropriately. Next slide. When new assets are planned or existing assets are scheduled for renewal, administration seeks to achieve applicable modern standards. The Complete Streets Standards form the foundation for these design decisions, providing guidance on public realm infrastructure, including curb extensions, raised crossings, active mode infrastructure, and many other elements. The design chapters in Complete Streets are not meant to be considered as rigid requirements. Designs are adapted where variations may achieve a better technical or economic solution. Designers are encouraged to seek new and better solutions and to tailor designs to the specific context in which they're working. Knowing that best practices in design of infrastructure evolve with time, the Complete Streets Standards are meant to be a living document adjusted on and updated on a regular basis. Next slide. For those less familiar with some of the public features being discussed in this report, we've included some photos to depict them, including curb extensions, raised crosswalks, two-stage crossings, continuous crossings, and on the next slide, shared pathways with boulevards, protected bidirectional bike lanes, shared pathways, sidewalks, and protected unidirectional bike lanes. Sorry, next slide, please. Next slide as well. Thank you. As mentioned, the Complete Street Standards are intended to form the basis for context-sensitive planning, design, and construction aimed at ensuring our mobility network safely accommodates all modes of travel. Over time, the use of these standards for new infrastructure and the renewal of existing infrastructure will result in the creation of a transportation network that will safely accommodate the needs of all modes of travel. While each street in a network may not be designed to accommodate or prioritize every mode of transportation, the network of streets and off-street pathways will work together to accommodate movement for all modes. The city's mobility network continues to evolve and adapt through the application of the Complete Street Standards. The standards are applied to new infrastructure under development, as well as infrastructure being retrofitted through renewal opportunities. As outlined on this slide, as part of the infrastructure renewal and growth projects to date, significant progress has been made in transforming the city's infrastructure to meet modern design expectations, including the construction of more than 520 curb extensions, 80 permanent raised crossings, and more than 150 adaptable curb extensions and two-stage crossings. For existing infrastructure not undergoing renewal, enhancements are applied through Safe Mobility's Street Labs and Safe Crossings programs. These combined efforts have been helping to improve safety of Edmonton's mobility network. Since 2015, fatalities and major injuries have dropped by 56% and 12% respectively. With improvements to the Complete Street Standards and other safety actions, the city continues to see safety improvements overall, with trends towards reaching the goal of Vision Zero for zero traffic-related serious injuries and fatalities. Next slide. The Complete Streets design and construction standards are intended to be a living document, with regular updates to incorporate changes in best practice and their application in the Edmonton context. We are currently embarking on an update to the standards, which will not be a rewrite, but rather a fine-tuning. Ultimately, one of the main goals of the update is to align our design standards with City Council approved policies such as City Plan, Bike Plan, Climate Change Adaptation and Resilience Strategy, Energy Transition Strategy, and so on, while still balancing the overall impact to the cost of new homes for residents and project costs. The Complete Street Standards are developed and updated based on approved city policies, industry best practices, jurisdictional reviews, and examination of lived experience with the standards currently being used in Edmonton. Their development is further supported by engagement with internal and external stakeholders, city building partners as well. Continuing to leverage these partnerships and input from our partners is critical. The original development of the standards was informed by engagement with industry and other partners, and this update will be no exception. In terms of next steps, administration will be moving forward with the process to update the Complete Street Standards. At this time, we'll also be updating the Complete Streets policy, last published in 2015. The process is anticipated to take 12 to 18 months, with the aim of bringing the policy forward next fall. At this time, we don't recommend making any changes or making the features discussed, in this report the default for all locations. At the heart of Complete Streets is that context is critical to the application of design features. Enhancing public realm features are and will continue to be used in city infrastructure projects as well as greenfield development. These features are applied with intention and carefully considered context. While many of these features are best applied during initial road construction or reconstruction, opportunities to improve the public realm with other development and capital investments will continue to be evaluated. Expanded application of such features in growth priority areas or primary corridors will be considered as investment opportunities are advanced in the future. However, as the Complete Street Standards and Complete Street Policy are updated, enhanced public realm infrastructure will be further examined and will integrate guidance on location where appropriate and based on the engagement with stakeholders and city building partners. That brings us to the end of our presentation, and we'll be happy to answer questions after the speakers.
Thank you very much. We'll now go to our very patient speakers on item 7.1. So we have Kaylin Anderson from UDI and also Carrie Jenkins from UDI. Thank you again so much for sticking with us, and hopefully we will get you out of here soon enough. So over to you, 5 minutes, and I'll get your time going.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Urban Planning Committee members. My name is Kaylin Anderson, and I'm the Executive Director for UDI Edmonton Metro. The integrated report before you today, as you know, responds to multiple motions made by Urban Planning Committee members and City Council related to the city's design and construction standards and how Edmonton develops its standards for the public realm. We have a shared goal of creating vibrant communities and cities that we can all be proud of. The real estate development industry is directly responsible for developing and servicing land by building the water and wastewater networks, constructing the streets and sidewalks, installing the shallow utilities, and setting aside land for new amenities like parks, schools to support complete communities. Over the years, our industry has stewarded land efficiently and has evolved their practices to meet shifting regulatory requirements and changing market demands. Earlier this year, UDI identified a top priority for community building in the Edmonton metro region: to curb public infrastructure sprawl. Of course, this term raised a few eyebrows, with many asking, what exactly is public sprawl? Public sprawl refers to the ever-growing financial, physical, and design-related requirements for public infrastructure in the development of new communities and the redevelopment of existing ones. While investments in roads, paths, pipes, ponds, parks, lights, and laneways are all critical to well-functioning neighborhoods, excessive and oftentimes out-of-date requirements contribute to the shape our communities take and directly impact the cost of new homes. It also drives up the maintenance and repair costs for municipalities overall, which negatively affects property taxes over time. After all, unnecessarily wide roadways to plow in the wintertime means more trucks, salt, and storage, as well as human labor year-round. The over-engineering of our public realm also runs contrary to efficient design principles and conflicts with stated climate change goals as more public lands are consumed and more concrete poured unnecessarily. One of our key recommendations was for the existing requirements to be reviewed to help address these structural issues. The update to the Complete Streets design and construction standards can offer just such an opportunity, and we are pleased that important dialogue is underway with Council and administration. The real estate development industry has become more creative and adaptive over time by building more compact, dense, and diverse neighborhoods and stewarding different types of development to meet the needs of increasingly diverse users. At the same time, the public realm continues to expand and become more expensive to build, operate, and maintain. Even the smallest of policy changes or shifts in engineering standards can impact homebuyers in big ways. The cumulative impact of many such changes is even more troubling, particularly when it comes to the effect this has on pushing our city to grow outward more quickly than it needs to because public land management is not keeping pace with private sector innovation. As your city building partners, the real estate development industry has been at the forefront of leading innovations and ongoing efficiencies in terms of right-sizing infrastructure. However, as stated within the Council report, the design of city infrastructure must be viewed as context-sensitive and as well as cost-effective too. Whether the requirement is a shared pathway becoming the standard instead of sidewalks, requiring curb extensions at most intersections, or boulevards on all roads, a blanket approach is not advisable as the design and implementation of city infrastructure often creates the necessity for evaluation and trade-offs. For example, in a winter city, a number of these types of infrastructure additions, as Natalie showed you on the slides, will not only require more maintenance dollars, but are also prone to damage, ongoing damage, every year based on snow removal machinery. This hinders both the developer's ability to hand over the infrastructure to the city and ultimately leads to increased costs due to the requirement for repair and replacement. Therefore, before additional changes are explored, it is strongly recommended that the city ensures extensive review by all agencies prior to rushing into any new policy or standard changes. We think the best way to move forward is to allow the Complete Streets project to take its course, and we are committed to participating actively in this initiative. We'd like to especially thank administration for their engagement with our industry on this item and for including our feedback very thoughtfully and earnestly in their council report. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. I will go to our second speaker, Carrie Jenkins.
Good afternoon, members of Urban Planning Committee and the City Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today with regards to the for the standards for public realm infrastructure. My name is Carrie Jenkins, and I'm a senior principal at the community development team at Stantec. I'm also the chair of UDI's Transportation Working Group and a member of UDI's Developer Technical Committee. Both committees are extremely invested and engaged with the update to the Complete Streets design and construction standards. I'm here today to provide you with the real estate development industry's perspective on implementing infrastructure standards across new and redeveloping communities. Ensuring effective urban mobility and options for safe and effective active transportation in particular are both a profession and a passion which I have had many years of experience with. As such, I'm here today to support UDI's submission and to answer any questions that you may have. Specifically, I'm happy to address any technical questions. Thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to speaking with you further.
Great, thank you so much for being here today. Go to questions of speakers. I see Councillor Knack has signed in, so I'll go to him first.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Thanks for being here today. I think your presentation was pretty clear, so I just want to make sure I clarify, because I'm looking at this sort of in two different buckets, if you will. Bucket one is the new developments, and I've heard you pretty loud and clear about the desire to better right size that inventory. I agree wholeheartedly, and I think what I've heard is that you want to do that as part of the Complete Street Standards update. Is that a fair takeaway from your submission?
Yeah, absolutely. We'd rather do that than have kind of one item at a time come forward.
Yeah. For me, the other bucket, which isn't really related to your area, is the city-led projects. When we're doing redevelopment in neighborhoods and reconstruction of roads, I'd like to tackle that a little separately, because I worry that we haven't given as clear direction as we should have. But I guess I'd want to make sure, is there any flag you'd have? I mean, if we were I still want to, as with everything we heard in the presentation, we want to always provide flexibility, that you would never want to create a standard that is unable to be adjusted even on city projects. But I guess I'm just going to get a sense of where you're at on us being able to update our city projects, and if that has any concern for you.
I would say that there's always an interface between public and private sector redevelopment projects, would be impacted potentially or contributing to those public sector renewals. Like it's not completely separate, that one bucket's public and the other's private. But I hear what you're saying.
Okay. And I guess the last question, because we did get a message they couldn't join us today and speak, but groups like Pass for People, which I know you're actually working quite well with on a number of topics at this point, they talked about the desire to see things a bit more standardized, but also, I think, as I read through it, they just want to sort of be at the table. And so as I think about the next phase of working on the Complete Street Standards, I would imagine you are more than happy to have groups like that at the table with you to sort of provide that perspective and insight as to what groups like that are looking for. You'll be able to share what's coming from a development perspective. That can all be collected by the city and informed to help update the standards. Is any concerns in that approach?
No concerns. The more groups we partner with, the smarter we get.
I figured. Excellent. Okay, those are all my questions for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Cartmill?
That's kind of you. So I'm not sure about this. Do these standards include signage along roadways? So signage on city property alongside roadways? Do you like permanent signage? I'm not talking about the portable signage, but the permanent ones. Yes.
Yes.
So it was my understanding, I know this is at a left field for you, so forgive me, but it was my understanding that there was a standard set in those very new neighborhoods, in the developing neighborhoods, for a standard type, size, and color of sign that indicated where you would find this development, that development. And it seemed that was followed by the development community for a number of years, but has since been abandoned. Can you comment on that? Do you know anything about that?
Are you referring to the wayfinding?
Yeah, the browns, I think they're brown, Ambleside this way, Glenridding this way, those signs?
Yeah, I would probably agree that several years ago there was something that was implemented to set a standard for that. And I feel that that needs to be reined back in.
Mine-
I don't know if it's in the standards or if it was just a one-off.
Yeah, true confessions, I'm looking through all the notes of all my meetings, and this is something I should have asked you about beforehand to kind of come prepared for. But it's my understanding that there was a standard put in place, so we didn't get all of these A-frames, easels, those kinds of things. And, there was some standard, and then we'd have less clutter and less sort of visual pollution. Yes, is that?
Yes, I just don't know if it was part of like the complete street standards or if it was a separate.
Some other standard, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it was working well, and then I think it has slipped.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just a very quick question. Ms. Anderson, you spoke about the over-engineering of public realm design. Is Complete Streets where some of the more fine-grained detail is put down in terms of, some of the specific challenges or cost elements, or is that a separate set of standards?
No, I think that's the place, because it would describe, the exact width of the lane and the sidewalk and the shallow utility setbacks and the trees and the boulevards and all those things. So I think that's the right place, but Carrie is here to correct me when I am wrong. Is that correct? Okay, good.
Great. And I understand that there are some specific ideas that are maybe in place that you have in terms of being able to streamline some of those standards that are causing those cost pressures. Is that the case?
Industry is not against, having these safe mobility infrastructure in neighborhoods. Oh,
sorry, and I'm thinking about more some of the really fine grain elements in terms of.
Oh, like 2 centimeters from this to that.
Yes.
Carrie and her colleagues work very hard with, the admin team on all of that stuff. Yeah.
Great. And just a thought, does industry have any thoughts, concerns around, like I'm just thinking of complete street guidelines. I think right now there's sort of, dimensions for constrained widths, so lanes that are a bit tighter. Are there any concerns from industry about the constrained dimensions? No?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, well, thank you. Those are all.
Sorry, the concern would be, just to be super transparent, is that there's no constraint and that all these infrastructure pieces just get added up together.
Oh,
in
yeah,
a
yeah.
Huge right of way. Yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think that's a nuance we're going to delve into, but just want to understand some of those more specific dimensions and questions there. Okay, well, thank you. I think I'm not seeing any other questions for you. Thank you again for waiting it out with us. We're just coming up on 3:30, which is time for our regular break. So I will call a recess now. When we come back, we'll have questions of administration. We will thank you all for your patience as well. Thank you. our item 7.2, 7.1. We've heard from our speakers, and we're now going to go to questions of administration. Councillor Tang.
Yes, great. Thank you very much for the report and the presentation. I just had a couple of, maybe out of curiosity a little bit, when you do the complete street standards refresh, given all the work that's ongoing right now with carbon budget and estimating expenses that way, would you consider including that information? Because I'm thinking of like, more active modes. I think that has a carbon implication when we talk about, use of materials, and I don't know, and additional operating. That's kind of what was surfacing to me during this report.
So the update of the standards will definitely consider climate adaptation strategies as well as our energy transition strategies, and those are things that we want to really make sure that the standards are aligned to. Addressing the, or
putting like an estimate.
Putting estimates, I think, would be very difficult because we're talking about, the standards are about how we implement things rather than where and what. And so providing estimates would relate to linear quantities that are not really meant to be part of the standards. But I think our best answer would be, let us take it away and we could see what that looks like.
Still gets captured with the goal of ensuring when we get to budget items that it would be part of those decisions as it relates to different projects.
Like neighborhood renewal, for example, these things are being brought up to the complete street standards, and so that will be captured sort of in that final product of the actual project, not so much in the guideline.
Yeah, I think the evolution of carbon budget will inform how that gets incorporated when it's ultimate decision of council, which is that capital budget approval.
Yeah, and I do understand administration is trying to constantly refine that tool because, right, we don't have a precedence for it. But I just thought this is a good opportunity to kind of use the thinking and the conversations and the rationale for some of the standards I want to say upgrade to further refine. And, so I think just by the time budget comes around, I feel like on this end, it's like, okay, we got there through, these thinking as part of the standard refresh conversation. If you can take it away, that would be great. But I just thought it was a good opportunity. And then the other thing I was wondering about too is, you talked a lot about engaging stakeholders, in particular the industry. I'm wondering, if you're going to do an update and a refresh, how do you incorporate user experience along the way?
That's a great question, and that's one of the things that we have been gathering information on over the past several years since the Complete Street Standards were originally published. So we hear about user experience through inquiries that we receive either through 311 or emails directly to us. And also as we go about doing the standards update, we will be connecting with a number of different stakeholder groups outside of the city and within the city to gather that type of feedback to inform where we go with the standards in the next round.
Because right now in attachment 2 for the milestone map, I don't necessarily see it as a milestone. I guess I just wonder, if we can incorporate that more formally as a pretty critical piece of work that we want to do on user experience while planning for something rather than afterwards and then we hear inquiries or complaints even, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think for us it's included in our external and internal stakeholder engagement, but
right.
That does really speak to where Natalie was going with,
Okay, I see.
Looking at where we find the user experience through the advocacy groups, through the advisory groups, through our knowledge of what we hear from the users, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so groups like Path for People, Accessibility, and
exactly.
Many others I can't think of off the top of my head right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Great, thank you. I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. I'll jump in with just a few questions to start. And I want to step back a little bit to just, I'm really excited to hear about the work that's underway. I think the Complete Street guidelines have taken us really far, and I'm really excited for this next step. we've talked a lot about transportation and safety, but I just wanted to start with some of the climate resilience opportunities that are presented through Complete Streets. Wondering if you could just speak to some of the greening elements that are being incorporated or considered as part of this work.
So there's a number of different elements that we're going to be incorporating, and I don't know if we've necessarily scratched the surface on what all of that will be. There is an update that's coming to the landscape design standards that also works quite closely together with the Complete Streets design and construction standards. So that's a component that we'll be making sure that we're aligning between the two standards updates. We're also going to be incorporating things such as LID. We're looking at our tree standards and the planting that comes along with that, looking at naturalization, and largely other things that we've been looking at updating are around active transportation as well. So making sure that we're modernizing our active transportation standards around bike infrastructure, sidewalk infrastructure, accessibility, and so on.
Great. Well, you know, we've been hearing a lot about site coverage as it relates to drainage and greening. And I'm also thinking sort of about the site coverage of our infrastructure, of our road infrastructure. So again, you know, it was mentioned previously just in terms of some of ensuring that we're not sort of expanding the road right-of-way requirements. And is there work that's being done looking at like even shrinking, moving to those minimum dimensions even potentially?
So over the past few years, we have already reduced a lot of the standards, lane widths and collectors, arterials, and so those are part of the work that has been done. And so when we look at the overall road right-of-way width, it does involve choices, and the choices are made during the projects, either by the developers or by city administration, related to what are the priorities within that corridor, and that serve the purpose of the community that is being served by that infrastructure. And so from that perspective, the standards are about, once you've identified that you need that infrastructure, how do you build it? So sidewalks for accessibility are at 1.8 meters. We've looked at reducing the lane width so that we can maximize some of the spaces that we have. And so all of those are things that are continuously being reviewed, but absolutely are part of the review and will continue to be.
Just to add one other thing to that, as part of the standards update, we will be closely looking at our cross sections throughout the standards and working with our industry and city building partners in order to understand what some of the requirements are, or adjustments or refinements to the cross sections for consideration.
Great. Well, and I think, you know, back to that point about trade-offs, I think that probably is the really important thing that this work can inform. Do we have policy anywhere that sets out sort of, you know, the inverted triangle in terms of pedestrian, cyclists, goods movement, private vehicles? Like, do we have an explicit policy direction about how we prioritize different users of road right-of-way?
That's where it comes down to partly the classification of the roadway and then the land use context that surrounds it. So district plans will help with this, but things like our Main Street policy helps to define what our priorities are within the cross section of a roadway. So those types of roadways would be primarily transit focused or pedestrian focused, whereas a different type of or different classification of roadways, such as a freeway, would have a very different prioritization applied to it. So there are different policies that apply that help to influence the priorities within the cross section.
But there are individual projects based on the confluence of different modes where during a planning exercise there will be an sort of a scoping that identifies priorities for different modes along a corridor based on the number and the type that are on a particular corridor. So I think it uses the standards, but then it's project and location specific.
Okay, well, thank you for that. My time is up, so I'll go to Councillor Knack next.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson, and thank you for all of this work. And I know we've chatted about this a while, and so I think the other question I have, and we talked about this in a separate meeting before, and I think you've touched on it at the beginning of this. How do we make sure we address the where and the what? Can that be part of the Complete Streets Standards update?
So, Councillor, as we've mentioned, the standards is about how. And so what we've identified for the where and the what is that we do have a complete streets policy, which hasn't been updated since 2015. And so as part of the work, we're proposing to, or we will be providing an update to council on the policy itself. And the policy will be informed by the consultation with the groups as well as the discussions with committees and council over the next year. Our objective is to bring it back in the fall of 2024. At this point, the policy does not provide, does not set, it sets direction in a very strategic kind of way, and we would be looking to see if that needs to be more tactical, if I can say.
Okay, so I guess, I guess that's the big question for me. I feel I would like to give that additional clarity and direction. Appreciating the timelines you shared, I'm not looking to go ahead of that work. I'm looking to make sure it's clear with that work. So what I'm hearing is that if I would like that, and I'm not on committee, but I have worked on a motion that could potentially do this. If we gave direction, you would embed that in the policy update, which is being informed by all of this work that you're doing with city building partners right now.
That's correct.
Okay, excellent. And so, and I guess the reason, so I don't know how much time we spent. Well, I feel like I'd be speaking to it more at this point if I give the reasons why I want to see that. So instead of asking roundabout questions to get to a point where I would just be speaking, maybe I'll stop now.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Wright.
Oops, there we go. Thank you. I'm just like, when we're looking at these standards, sort of, do we look at like intended or unintended consequences? I'm just thinking with, I think Ms. Anderson talked about boulevards. I mean, isn't that one way that we can sort of reduce that lane width, and which also might help with traffic calming? Councillor Cartmel talked about the speedways with some of those wider roadways through the developments.
Councillor Wright, just to be clear, do you mean by increasing boulevards or adding or removing them?
Well, adding the boulevards within sort of within what might be designated as a roadway, but that way it would reduce the width, but then it would also, in the wintertime, we heard about this through snow and ice, it's a place to put the snow so that we're not impacting like parking or the actual roadway in the wintertime for drivers.
Yes, absolutely. And as we've mentioned in the report, as we're looking to modernize the standards, and as we do in a lot of our neighborhood renewal or reconstruction, adding boulevards does provide for an improved user experience, both, as you've mentioned, like there are some advantage for vehicles, but also for pedestrians and cyclists. And so the addition of boulevards is definitely a key tool that we have to improve the existing configurations of our road right-of-way, and that are encouraged to take place in the developing neighborhoods as well.
Okay. And then also with the financial impacts, I'm thinking in the report it talks about the cost of concrete over asphalt for like the multi-use pathways, that even though it's an initial higher cost, operationally in the long run it could be less, and then we're not burdening future councils with those higher operational costs. Is that at all considered in the standards, or that's just something that council would have to consider?
No, absolutely. So the standard of the sidewalk is definitely something that is considered. The shared use path are a tool that we have where it makes sense, and that's where we go back to context.
I think
okay, but is Yeah, okay.
If I could add to that, Councillor Wright, so I think for something like this, we're getting where council or committee's coming from, but what we want to make sure is that we have council at the policy level and administration is working at the standards level. So I would worry if we were getting into a situation where council was adjudicating whether we should do concrete or asphalt, because there are elements related to costs, ongoing life cycle maintenance, part of what we said we'd commit to do, engagement with stakeholders, that I think we as administration would undertake. So I think the objective is to make sure that we get the clear policy direction from council to inform how we modernize the standards.
Okay, but if in the end we're approving funding for these, don't we need to sort of see the difference between the costs?
From a standards perspective, I think that's where administration has an accountability to ensure that it's the most cost-effective, considering all the different variables that go into designing a road, designing a park, etc.
Okay, designing and maintaining.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
and the maintaining, for
that's
sure.
what
yeah.
I wanted to know. Thank you. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. I'll maybe just ask a couple more questions. So just for that process, I hear what you're saying, Mr. Laughlin, in terms of, council staying at the policy level. So it would seem to me that you would sort of want that policy direction first and then flow that through the standards, but it seems like it will be happening sort of concurrently.
It would be, but foreshadowing what Councillor Knack is hoping someone will bring forward, that helps with what we would be wanting to do.
Okay, great. No, that helps a lot. Just in terms of some of the other standards that I know have created challenges, and I think, have created challenges in new neighborhoods, sort of around like the fencing requirements along arterial roads. Is that in complete streets, or are those other guidelines?
Yeah, fencing is in complete streets based on like specification, size, type, but there is some noise policies the City of Edmonton has to make sure that a person's backyard space is a certain threshold. I believe it's 65 decibels if you want to get very technical of what that space to be. So then as part of the subdivision planning and everything, there are noise studies shown, and then we have a standard noise attenuation fence along arterial roads that we use with the complete streets.
Okay, and I sometimes see a tension between those noise attenuation fences and sort of permeability, walkability. Is there scope in this work, recognizing that again there's that interplay with the noise aspects at subdivision?
Yeah, at the subdivision, they clearly label and find out exactly where walkways out from communities would be to the arterial network. And with that, the noise fence kind of has a break in it, but we do wrap around the noise fence to ensure there's still noise attenuation through that walkway. So it provides a pedestrian permeability from local areas to the arterial shared use path network kind of thing. So there is a break in the fence at those walkway connections, and that's all identified at subdivision and drawing reviews.
Okay, and then some of the, I know there's always standards that get thrown out, like, oh, you can't have a crosswalk this close to an intersection. Again, is that complete streets, or is that other regulations?
Yeah, there's best practices that, through TAC Canada, through like Transportation Authority of Canada, for engineering standards of how close you want accesses to be, how close you want pedestrian crossings to be to accesses and to intersections. So we try to, make people cross the intersections because we know it's a safe spot because they are legal crossing points, and that's what we try to work with. So the distances from accesses to different mid-block crossings, those are kind of all accommodated through best practices and then through that engineering review.
But they're not explicitly laid out in complete streets? Because again, I think that those can also sometimes create barriers to walkability or movement. So again, just wondering how we're taking some of those, stricter engineering standards and then working them into our guidelines.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we get to the very specifics in the complete street standards of the offsets and spacings from crossing points, but there are some best practices that we follow in the planning processes where we want that pedestrian permeability across the roads and everything too.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I think again, what I really admire about the Complete Streets guidelines is that they are a resource that you can look for them, kind of see what the expectations are. So I think having some clarity around those other pieces could be helpful. But I'm on a bit of a tangent, so I will.
If I could just say that specifically as it relates to city-initiated projects, there's a layer of engagement that happens with all of our projects that helps inform desires. And then there's the fine art of trying to align standards, guidelines, engineering best practice with what we hear from community. And I think our folks do a great job of that on a daily basis, which includes some of the things that you raised, that in a particular area based on use and community and desire, there's adjustments that are made to accommodate.
Absolutely, and I think there's really great work on the renewal side of things. I'm thinking more about new neighborhoods where, again, there might not be a community to consult with. It's sort of, again, those baseline standards that get set out. And does that restrict some of the responsiveness, I guess?
Understood, and I think a learning, and heard this a few times, like the thoroughfare within a community. And it's there, and then community comes, and then there's the challenge of how do you accommodate. Yeah. Those have all been learnings that inform, and not speaking for Mark and his team, how they view submissions when they come in to adjust to what we're trying to accomplish at the city holistically.
Great, really appreciate that.
The only addition I would make is that TAC is also we're engaged with the community on improving the standards and modernizing them. And so it's a never-ending continuous improvement related to what are the users' experience and what are the different municipalities and authorities across Canada experiencing. And so TAC continues to evolve as well in their best practice to adapt to that.
Great. Thank you so much. Councillor Tang?
Okay, great. Well, maybe this time I'll just put that motion on the table. And I think it responds to some of the comments raised around policy direction. Yeah, and it also, I think, provides further clarity, which I think is always helpful. And clerk has the wording, that administration, as part of the update to City Policy C573A, Complete Streets, incorporate direction for the inclusion of active transportation safety / accessibility and operational effectiveness, including standardization of raised crosswalks, intersections, pedestrian through zones, active pathways, boulevards, etc., as a standard practice where appropriate in new development and renewal projects. And 2, work with city building partners, for example, UDI, Paths for People, Accessibility Advisory Committee, and other stakeholders to standardize the same items as point 1 by adjusting, i.e. shrinking, and not increasing the current road right-of-ways, due date Q4 2024. And just want to thank Councillor Knack for his leadership on this, and I think it's straightforward, so I won't speak to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Knack, I'm happy to go to you, and please feel free to take liberties in terms of speaking to.
I'm ready to speak to it whenever. That's. I have no more questions.
No more questions? Okay. Anyone else with any questions? No? Okay, happy to hand it over to you.
Thanks, Councillor Stevenson, and thank you, Councillor Tang, for putting that forward. So just a few thoughts on this. I know it might seem almost a touch redundant. I think we're all sort of working towards the same goals, but even in the answers to the questions right off the bat, I think what I had heard that I felt was missing for me was that notion of the where and the what, which I have subsequently heard would be best addressed through that policy to make it perfectly clear about sort of where we're headed. To note, this doesn't eliminate the flexibility conversation. There always has to be that ability to go and adjust based off local context, but I think we can be a bit more direct. And I'll use a very recent example. Oddly enough, in almost 10 years of doing this, I have never been through neighborhood renewal in my time. Until Thursday was my first meeting of like a detailed design of neighborhood renewal in Glenwood, and it was super exciting to go to that. And a huge shout out to the team. I was there for the whole 2 hours talking to people. There was excitement, lots of energy.
Thank you, Councillor Knack, and thank you for your passion on this topic. I'm not seeing anyone else, so please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. That concludes item 7.1. We're now on to our last item, 7.3, update on environmental planning, communication, and reporting.
Good afternoon. Administration does have a short presentation, but it may not benefit what committee's needs are, and so we'll just check in to see if you would like that presentation or if you'd like to move on to questions.
Thank you. I believe I selected this on behalf of Councillor Wright. Councillor Wright, would you like a presentation?
No, I think I just have a few questions for clarification, so if we can just move right on to those.
Okay, actually, there's a desire from committee to have a presentation, so we will do that.
Okay, it'd be committee's will then.
Good afternoon. My name is Kent Snyder. I'm the branch manager of Planning and Environment Services, and we're here today to provide committee with an update on work to improve environmental planning, communication, and reporting. We're not asking for committee approval today, but of course we welcome feedback as many aspects of this work are still underway. With me today are Chandra Tamaris, Director of Environment and Climate Resilience, Sarah Ciccini, Senior Manager, and Haweda Hassan, virtually Director of Urban Growth and Open Space. Today's update is in response to a council motion to provide a report to committee on progress made in improving environmental planning, communication, and reporting at the City of Edmonton, and any organizational structures that may be required to streamline and provide accountability for ongoing environmental actions and review processes. More importantly, we are here today to talk about an issue that is critically important to all of us. Edmonton's climate, if I could have the slides advance. Edmonton's climate is changing. The recorded evidence shows that we are warmer today than we were 100 years ago. This is a simple graphic showing over 100 plus years of climate data, with the blue being the cooler years and the orange and red palettes being the warmer years. And you can see quite clearly current day is on the far right of the screen, and that is much more orange and red. And so we're getting warmer and warmer over the last 100 years. In fact, Edmonton is one of the fastest warming regions in the world, and the science shows that our climate is expected to change even more significantly in the future. We understand that every degree of warming, there are significant economic and social costs for Edmonton. Growing climate risks have clear implications for city resources, our local economy, and Edmontonians who live here and rely on Edmonton, the city, to provide services. Next slide, please. So the decisions we make today lead us to a certain path, to a certain future. And so climate resilient decisions today have a benefit long into the future. We've heard from Council, we've heard from the Energy Transition and Climate Resilience Committee, and from the community more broadly, that we need to be doing more collectively. The challenge requires us to approach all decisions as climate decisions. This means changing how we think about how our community is growing. Next slide. Edmonton has started this long and critical transformational journey, and progress has been made, and that's what we're reporting here today. A first-of-its-kind position has been created in the organization, a Chief Climate Officer, which will better align resources with priorities and ensure that climate implications are included within corporate decision-making. In addition, a climate task force comprised of staff within administration has been established to complete work related to improving environment and climate, specifically governance and decision-making, policy and bylaws, capacity building, culture, partnership and advocacy, green economy, and intersectionality. Part of the task force work will include conducting a governance review to identify opportunities for changes to enhance environmental and climate governance, decision-making, roles and responsibilities, performance, and accountability throughout the corporation. Administration also continues its efforts to continue testing and rolling out new ways to share environment and climate information through a dedicated environment and climate review section in council reports. Next slide. As we test out and roll out the new environment and climate review section in the council reports, we've been listening at various committee meetings where these reviews have occurred. From our listening, we believe that our screening process is appropriate. Topics where council and the community are having more in-depth and complicated environment and climate conversations are the topics that have been screened for an expanded or more thorough review. We're also hearing from council as well as administration that environment and climate considerations need to be included in the project planning and initiation earlier on in our work, not only as considerations in a council report. Next slide, might flip to. There we go, on the next step slide, please. Administration will continue its work on reviewing the organizational structure with regards to the environment portfolio. The Climate Task Force work on a number of important initiatives will continue. As well, administration will start efforts to develop a new process for incorporating climate and environment considerations upfront at the start of initiatives and identify opportunities for how stakeholders can contribute to that process. Administration will also continue its efforts to roll out an environment and climate review and council reports, including expanding the review process for council reports associated with land use, developments, and plans that are attached to bylaws presented at public hearings. And finally, administration will return to this committee and is planning to return to this committee in Q2 2024 with a further update on progress being made. And thank you. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you. I will go to questions now. Okay, Councillor Wright, the board is clear, so you're welcome to go first.
Sorry, I'll take myself off mute. Did you want to go first? I see your name up, or?
No, all yours.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, this is, I guess, the chief climate officer role is something that have been talking about more of an independent environmental role. But so I'm just wondering what sort of powers would this person have? And are they also not just looking at like, you know, carbon capture and things like that, but what about the biodiversity?
Great questions, Councillor Wright. So that role hasn't been filled yet, and I believe is still being scoped out in its entirety. So a good significant portion has been determined, but is still being crafted and will be probably molded as that individual comes into the role. Where they will sit in the organization is they will report to the city manager. So they will be at the executive table and able to provide that executive influence and leadership at that table, then that will permeate throughout the organization.
Okay.
In terms of one last follow-up, the natural areas, they will have some peripheral, I'm sure, comments, because a lot of our resilience work is in relating to natural solutions and natural areas, but that won't be their primary focus exclusively in terms of ecology, but there is a very strong link to the climate work.
Okay, so no real oversight, just, okay. And then what about the climate task force? Is this a dedicated team, or is it are they just doing it off the side of the desk, which is sort of what I think it has been being done in the past?
So the Climate Task Force is not a dedicated team in that folks have been seconded. So, but we were worried about the resource and doing it off the side of the desks and not giving the task force the attention and priority that is needed. So the terms of reference for how that would be structured was taken to the city's executive leadership team, who approved that terms of reference, and that looked for resources that those that were assigned to the task force to be on it actually did have capacity in their day to do that work. So we hope and believe that the resources required are available to complete the work.
Okay, but it's not necessarily written into their job duties, is it?
The job descriptions were not adjusted for this task force, correct. But we didn't see that as a barrier to reserving their capacity to be useful on the task force.
Yeah, but if some of their duties change or they get pulled in other directions, how much of a focus are they going to have on this?
That is definitely a concern of any time a group is stood up within an organization that isn't dedicated. We do believe, though, that it is a priority for the city manager and the executive leadership team who has approved this structure. So we do believe that they'll make sure those resources are available.
Okay, so we just cross our fingers. Okay. And as far as engagement with other groups in that, you've indicated the Energy Transition and Climate Resilience Committee and Environmental Advisory Committee. What about like River Valley Alliance? But again, this isn't going to be the focus of environment. This is more, or it's not a focus of biodiversity and environment. It's more like I'm just not sure what this person is going to oversee when they are hired.
So they'll be overseeing the implementation of the city's energy transition community strategy, and as well our adaptation strategy and action plans. But like I had mentioned previously, there's a lot of intersection between that and the biophysical world and the river valley and ecology. And so there will be a tremendous amount of overlap, but that won't be their sole focus. Councillor Wright, we have as well looked to within the Planning and Environment Services branch, address that concern in terms of making sure that those ecological voices do have some higher profile, and that we are concentrating those resources as well.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
My time's up. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, great, thank you. Because in the report, I think you had mentioned you engaged the Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee on, in particular, the sort of having a section in the council report. Is there anything else? Have you talked with them about some of the other aspects of all this work?
So yes, in terms of the council report process, we've gone for a few check-ins with that group to get some early advice on, our screening process and pieces of work like that. In terms of the big picture or the task force actions, certain pieces are further along in terms of where they are, and so we've had a few touch points related to, for example, decision making and policy roadmap with ETRAC. I think we've had 2 touch points there. So depending on where the initiative is.
I guess I just mean, for example, the task force. That's the internal senior leadership kind of task force. I would imagine you probably want, a bit more touch points with a committee like this that, has been doing some of the advisory work, albeit different stakeholder. I guess I'm kind of was curious about the other aspects that you mentioned in this report, not just exclusively to kind of reporting.
Yeah, so in terms of the next, sorry. We're good? Okay, great. No worries. So in terms of next steps of that, kind of that upstream or getting into the project initiation phases of the work, we're just doing some research and processing around that. And then there would be a touch point or potentially multiple touch points with that committee.
Yeah, great. Yeah, I see them playing like a pretty critical role too. Certainly on a lot of this. And I was curious if you looked at some of what other jurisdiction is doing. Just as an example, I was in Phoenix for a family vacation recently, consistently 45-degree temperature, and that was common this year. And they actually have an office of heat response and mitigation, which is kind of another way of calling it Office of a Climate Action, right? So just curious about, did you look at some of these kinds of practices?
So yes, in combination, the city manager's office and the executive leadership team did do a scan when they made the decision to create the position of the chief climate officer. And more recently, we've been doing a scan as well in terms of how do we permeate through the organization the climate culture and the decision making, and what is the best structure then that could accompany that. We are a bit unique in Edmonton compared to other organizations where they do have a more siloed approach, and we have a very integrated approach. There are benefits and consequences to both, and I wouldn't proclaim one as better than the other, but we are a bit unique.
Like other cities work more in silos than we do, you're saying?
They are structured more in silos, which gives them probably higher, more resources that are concentrated. But the integration that excites us is the concept that we can engage the entire corporation in this work.
Okay.
But that takes a bit of a culture change and making sure that everybody is on the same understanding of what we need to do.
And then finally, I think I heard you say, right now in this first phase, we'll look at predominantly land use types of reporting. But even in the report we just had about public realm infrastructure and my line of questioning around, could this serve a role in our refining of carbon budget as a tool, for example? And that's an IIS report, right? Like, I think I'm just curious, are you kind of keeping those kinds of opportunities on your radar from other departments and, potentially also in social development? Let's say we have things like winter emergency and that kind of stuff.
Yes, maybe I'll ask, well, we've only got 10 seconds, so perhaps we could respond back. So yes.
Okay.
I mean, I'm willing to be flexible on time if you've got the information.
I was just going to ask Sarah to talk about how we are scanning for the reports, to be involved in those reports.
Yeah, maybe in two parts. So the team as a whole is looking at what's happening across the organization and where we can provide support and input on projects related to the specific project of integrating within the council reports. We are screening reports as they come up, also looking at what lead time we need to be able to do the environment and climate review. So the public realm one wasn't selected. Our reports that have been selected for expanded reviews so far have been the zoning bylaw renewal report, as well as the growth management substantial completion report, and we'll have a few more completed this year.
Great, thank you so much for that. I only had a few quick questions. So I feel like I was hearing earlier like a tension perhaps between sort of like biodiversity focus and like a climate change focus. To me, those are very complementary and in some ways one and the same. Just wondering if you sense that tension as well, or yeah, just thoughts on that.
Councillor, I don't believe that administration feels that tension. We view them as very complementary and will both lead to more successful outcomes for the natural environment and for our climate action. There are some in our community we know that do want to have a very focused biophysical and ecological approach in addition to that climate perspective. Mm-hmm. But it's not a tension that administration feels necessarily.
Okay, so I'm just trying to think of, this may be a bad example, but it's top of mind. Just if we're looking at flood mitigation, for example, and there may be one approach that's looking at, target hardening, for lack of a better word, versus naturalization. How would we, what policy do we have? What ethics do we, not ethics, but like what's the sense of how we would decide between those two options, for example?
So we would fall back on our plans and policies and standards and regulations. And we do as well, in addition to the climate specialists that we do have in-house, we do have ecological biophysical specialists that would have a very different perspective potentially on adaptation and flood hardening and what other options. And both those options would be considered and elevated and presented to decision makers to balance out and make those decisions.
Okay. And decision maker, that's like a council decision, or that would be in administration? again, I wonder if that is maybe a current gap in terms of providing that direction of which side we want those to fall on.
Depending on the decision, what it is and what approval stream it's under, it could be a council decision or perhaps not. One very important project that is going to set a lot of these decisions is the River Valley Modernization Bylaw that is ongoing, and part of that project is asking the community and specifically council, how much decision-making authority do you want to delegate? What would you like to hold on? What perspectives would you like to elevate? And so that is a conversation that will be happening over the next year.
Okay, and I know that we have, of course, we have our climate or energy transition strategy, which I think is a really guiding one. Do we have, what do we see about biodiversity in that document? And then do we have any standalone biodiversity policies?
Yeah, so from a high level, one of the pathways in the energy transition strategy is looking at carbon capture and nature-based solutions. And what our preliminary modeling has shown is about 15 to 20% of our emission reductions need to come from either removing carbon from the atmosphere, so that's through technology or through nature-based solutions. So it's a critical piece of the energy transition strategy, just as preparing for our changing ecosystems is a critical pathway in the adaptation strategy.
Great. Okay, that's really helpful. The nature-based solutions is sort of a foundational part of energy transition. Great. And just so I understand as well, in terms of touch points and keeping up on this great work, do we have an annual report on our energy transition strategy or other, yeah?
Yes, so an update will be coming to Executive Committee October 13th on the strategies.
Great. Excellent, excellent. Well, that's great to hear. Really looking forward to seeing the progress that's being made, and thank you for waiting out a long day with us. Not quite done yet, but Councillor Paquette, over to you for questions.
Oh, thank you. And it's been great so far. I'm curious about the models that you were talking about. Maybe a more, you said siloed. Does that mean more autonomous?
Councillor, that could be, it probably depends on each organization, but when you do have some siloed specialties or fields, I think there is a certain level of autonomy that is baked into that structure. But at some point, the decisions do need to be rolled up to a decision maker.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just wondering, like, are there any models that are similar to, say, how the city would have an office of the city auditor, where they do not report directly to the city manager, but their purview is to sort of audit financially what's going on in the city? I'm wondering if there are any models that show that it's sort of this climate office or whatever would have that same function, auditing the carbon and ecological books, so to speak, of the city.
Very interesting concept, and as we know, municipalities across the globe are trying new things, and I wouldn't be surprised if a municipality wasn't doing something very similar to that, but I'm not aware of it, and I'll just pause and see if anyone on the team is aware of that structure. And while they're contemplating, this role, although not an auditor role for the Chief Climate Officer, will be empowered to bring that knowledge and influence to the executive table.
Okay, I'm just, the only thing I'm worried about is autonomy, because a position like that can sometimes get a little bit tricky. Just like if the Office of the City Auditor was within the framework of the city administration, it might get a little bit tricky in being able to be as forthright as that position might want to be. And so that's what I'm worried about a little bit. I'm worried about the ability for this position to have that kind of autonomy and independence and voice without having to worry about, like, oh geez, I hate for me to say this.
I think that's a fair point, and a risk that hopefully we can mitigate.
How?
Well, I think we have demonstrated, council has demonstrated a commitment to climate action. We have a city manager and executive team that shares those similar values and approaches. And I think just the fact that this position is being created at the executive level, at that table, demonstrates an openness to their influence and their perspective being brought forward to those decisions.
And I don't doubt that, but councils change, administrations change, positions change, and you know, in let's say 6 years from now, you have a completely different makeup. Suddenly, it may not be the same situation anymore. So, you know, it's a little rough to consider that. So, and to put it bluntly, there was some concern, you know, coming into the last budget about, you know, maybe a little bit of a difference in understanding in administration and on council about these kinds of priorities. And so that doesn't really inspire a ton of confidence looking forward into maybe potential changes in city organization through elections and through people retiring or moving on, things like that.
Councillor Paquette, it's Kim, if I may. I think we can see the reflection of a city manager's action over the last number of months, where we've established the climate climate officer as well as the climate task force, and so there's a strong.
This is no I'm not worried about right now. But one thing that, and Kim, you'll know this, I've always worried about is what's going to happen in a few years from now when all of us, speaking right now, may not be at the table anymore. Like, are our systems solid?
Understood, and that's good feedback for us to reflect on and think about how we can ensure that we create strong systems that prioritize the lens of climate to our work.
I'm out of time.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Paquette. I'll go to Councillor Tang.
Oh, I was just going to move to receive this for information.
Great, happy to have that on the floor. I know, I think Councillor Wright was on the board for another question as well. And Councillor Paquette, if you wanted to follow up on your train of thought, please feel free to click on. But Councillor Wright, over to you.
Great, thanks. I'm just wondering, sort of when this job description or whatever, will it be flushed out, and when can we expect this person hired? I don't see anything in the report that references that.
The position has been created. The position description is completed. So I believe the city manager is currently in the process of advancing the hiring or the posting now. So I anticipate in the next number of months that we'd likely see a person in that role.
So by year end?
I don't want to speak for the city manager, but it seems like the timing would align with that.
Because
Councillor Wright.
Yeah, I have my.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit hesitant on this. Okay.
Sure, and Councillor
Thank
Wright,
you. That's
maybe.
all I want to know.
Okay. I just wanted to flag as well that just thinking of us being mindful of the delegated authority as well in terms of hiring choices and things like that. Just moving forward, but appreciate wanting some clarity on the timeline. But good to know that things are in motion. I'm not seeing any other questions. I'm wondering, maybe I'll ask one, just in terms of that update on October 13th. Do you think that may be an opportunity to dig into some of those questions around systems, and maybe set out what that looks like in the strategy?
It could be, the report isn't drafted to dig into those, but the conversation could.
Okay, great. So we'll have another opportunity to dig into that, and I think doing that in the context of the update in the report could be really helpful. All right. Well, we've got a motion to accept this report for information. I would ask now for anyone wishing to speak to this to sign up. making sure we don't have any requests coming in by message.
I'm sorry, I'm away from my e-scribe, so.
That's okay. Yeah, Councillor Paquette, please go ahead.
Oh, I appreciate it. Appreciate your patience there. Yeah, this is a good report. There's nothing wrong with it at all. But I hope some of my concerns have been made clear as far as how we move forward on this. And I'll give a quick example. One of the things that council asked for a number of years ago was that a GBA plus analysis be put in our reports. And the intention was that, okay, so that if that's going into the reports, that means that every time we get a report, whoever's writing the report and whoever's proposing a policy or an action for council, or is responding to council's requests, that we will see a marked improvement in how the city is approaching building a city through these lenses. Unfortunately, the experience has not been that. The experience has been that the GBA Plus reads like sort of a rote addition to the end of reports. And sadly, in the past 4 years or so, I'm not sure if we have seen a marked improvement in the way that we do the city for people who have disabilities, for children, for newcomers, for people with different needs and different challenges. I'm not sure if we've made a city that is the safest city in Canada for women. These are real concerns. And yeah, GBA Plus was across the entire administration, through our entire organization. But I am not seeing that inclusion has actually led to meaningful and noticeable change. I worry that this effort will see the same sort of dying on the vine. And so, I think that we should start really, really taking a look at how we incorporate some of these approaches into our systemic thinking that actually leads to action and yields tangible results. So that's sort of my piece on that. And that obviously leads into the fact that we might have to take a look at what we're doing with GBA Plus as well in the future. But very serious concerns. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Just a last call, anyone that's online that may be having trouble with eScribe for speaking?
No, thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Okay, great. Well, maybe I'll just briefly add, I think that, I really appreciate the report. I don't think we should underestimate the impact of having someone at the executive table whose hat is climate change. I think organizationally that can be very powerful, and I think that this provides a twofold approach. So you have that leadership level input, that elevation of the discussion and consideration at the executive leadership table. I think that what I think sections like GBA Plus and the climate change analysis section can do is that it requires at the other end, staff who are working on these reports to really think and reflect and at least map out the consequences of their actions on climate change, for example. I think that type of organizational change and shift in focus is slow to happen. It does take time, and I think that it is an important way that we start that conversation. But really appreciate the points highlighted that we can have these pieces in place. I think they're important for cultural transformation, important for really concrete changes in how we approach our work. But continuing to ensure that we have all the gaps filled at a policy level, so that again it becomes a system rather than relying on individuals. I think that was a great discussion point, and I think being able to continue that conversation when we look at the update on October 13th will be great. And again, the reason I think it will be a great opportunity to expand on that conversation is that I'm hopeful that we will see that actually the change has been significant, that we are making great progress, that things are changing in a positive direction. And so I think that can help inform and contextualize some of these conversations a bit further as well. So thank you again, everyone, for the work. Look forward to more conversation coming. Councillor Tang, did you wish to close?
Sure, yeah. I thought it was appropriate that Councillor Paquette raised GBA plus analysis, because that was kind of the example I was thinking of when I was reading through this report. You know, I think it was 7, 8 years ago when I was working at the Ministry of Status of Women, and it was when GBA Plus was just starting to get going at the province and then eventually at the city. And I can't tell you how many times, every single time it comes up, you have to explain what it is and the whole thing, and how there's like a federal training. Anyways, it was a whole thing in public service. And fast forward today, while I don't think it's by any means perfect, and in how it shows up in our city reports, GBA Plus, you know, admittedly has become a vernacular in public service. And it, you know, I think speaks to, or the earlier comments around culture shift. Is it solving everything when it comes to a lot of the intersectionality kind of issues? Probably not, but I think it is, you know, certainly since the election kind of, for me, to pay extra attention to that particular section, maybe ask questions about what's missing, has become quite critical. And so that's kind of what I see with what's being presented today. You know, I think since the budget discussion last December, something like this demonstrates to me that progress is being made. And I do think it's a positive step forward. I know come October, we'll have a chance to really dig into, you know, what are the climate action city is taking and kind of how is it shifting things in a very tangible way. But I do think the actions outlined in this one signals some of the internal workings that, and some of the rethinking we need to do as a corporation. And I think that's a positive step. So just want to thank the delegation for being here, for the presentation, and for the report.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
Yes, for me, I'm locked out.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you very much. I understand we're going to roll over 10.1.
Yes, that item can be laid over to the October 11th Urban Planning Committee.
Does that require a motion, or it will happen?
That will happen.
Excellent. Any notices of motion or motions without customary notice? Not seeing any. We are adjourned at 4:55.